Good morning. This is the beginning of the media in the deposition of Daniel Kimmage, taken in the matter of the state of Missouri et al., plaintiffs versus Joseph R. Biden Jr. et al., defendants, with a case number 3:22-CV-01213-TAD-KDM, held in the United States District Court for the Western District of Louisiana, Monroe Division. Today's date is November 10th, 2022, and time on the monitor is approximately 10:04 a.m. My name is Joseph Ellis. I am the certified legal videographer. The court reporter is Cassandra Ellis, and we are here representing Lexis's Deposition Services. Counsel, appearances will be noted on the stenographic record only. Will the court reporter please swear in the witness, then you may proceed.
Please raise your hand, this one. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give from these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Daniel Kimmage.
And Mr. Kimmage, what's your current title?
Mr. Sauer, I just wanted to put something on the record before we got started. Just before you start going into the basics. I just wanted to put on the record that yesterday, November 9th, 2022, the defendants moved for a protective order concerning this deposition and other depositions to protect related to the dissemination of the video of the deposition and also related to certain personal information that may be discussed at the deposition. Yes, today in docket entry 111, the court temporarily granted that motion to allow for the briefing of this issue, and we ask that plaintiffs abide by that order.
Plaintiffs will abide by that order and will respond to the motion in due course on the court's briefing schedule. Mr. Kimmage, what's your current title?
My title is Principal Deputy Coordinator of the Global Engagement Center.
And at various times you've been acting coordinator as well as Principal Deputy Coordinator of that, is that right?
Yes.
How long have you been at the Global Engagement Center for the State Department?
Since January, I think January 21st, 2017.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever been deposed before?
No.
So can I just go through some ground rule type questions? One thing is, when I ask a question, because you wait till I finish the question before you respond.
Yes.
Next thing is, could you give an oral response to all my questions? Because the court reporter is transcribing, so a nod doesn't come across necessarily in the transcript. Can you give an oral response to all my questions?
Yes.
And I'm a bad offender at this, but can you and I be careful not to interrupt each other?
Yes.
And if at any time, I'd like you to listen carefully to the question that I'm asking and answer the question that I'm asking as we go forward. Are you willing to do that?
Yes.
And if at any time you don't understand the question, could you ask me for clarification rather than answering a question that you're not sure that I asked?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been at the Global Engagement Center for about 5 years, is that fair to say? Beginning of 2017?
Since January 21st, 2017, with breaks.
And prior to that, and breaks include a stint at the National Defense University. That was quite recent.
And breaks?
Breaks include a stint at the National Defense University. That was fairly recent, is that right?
Yes.
How recently did you come back to the Global Engagement Center from the National Defense University?
In July 2022. July of this year.
And that was a 10-month stint. You were away for 10 months at that university?
Yes.
And you've been back for about 4 months since then?
Yes.
I may ask you the things today about stuff that may have happened while you were gone, in which case I'm just asking you to respond to the best of your knowledge. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Other than that 10-month period, were there other periods where you were not at the Global Engagement Center?
Before January 21st, 2017, I was in the Office of Policy Planning.
But between January 1st, 2017 and now, other than the 10-month interruption at the NDU, you've been continuously at the Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
And during that time period, you've been in a senior role, either as acting coordinator or principal deputy coordinator, fair to say?
Correct.
And I take it the difference between those two is that the coordinator, is the coordinator a Senate-confirmed position?
It is not.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. Can you describe generally what the Global Engagement Center does?
The Global Engagement Center has a congressional mandate. It comes from the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act to direct and lead the U.S. government's efforts to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation.
Is the word disinformation in that statute?
It is.
Okay, so there's a congressional mandate to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation.
Yes.
And does the Global Engagement Center carry on activities to implement that mission?
Yes.
Objection. Vague.
Can you describe the nature of those activities?
Objection. Call for a narrative.
You may answer if you understand the question.
Could you clarify what you mean by...
What does the Global Engagement Center do to carry out its statutory mission? Can you give a summary of that?
Yeah. It analyzes the activities of adversarial state and non-state actors, so countries like Russia and China that use propaganda and disinformation to harm the national security of the United States, or terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. So the Global Engagement Center looks analytically at what those malign actors are doing, how they're using propaganda and disinformation. It also has partnerships. It supports organizations that can more actively counter the propaganda and disinformation of these foreign actors. And it also coordinates and communicates internally within the U.S. government with other offices at the State Department and with interagency partners.
Are there internal divisions or teams within the Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
And from now on, can I just refer to it as the GEC?
Yes.
And you'll understand we're talking about the Global Engagement Center, correct?
Yes.
What are the internal divisions or teams within it?
So there are teams that focus on the major threat actors. There is a China team, a Russia team, an Iran team, and a counterterrorism team. And then there are some sort of structural support. There's a resources team. There's a front office. There's a I'm not sure what the current name is, but there's an interagency coordination team.
Is that the I2C2?
I2C2. There is an interagency coordination team, and there is a technology engagement team.
And that's sometimes referred to as the TET.
Interagency.
Coordination team.
And there's a...
technology engagement team.
Can you sit down just a minute?
Sure.
I think she was talking to me.
I was also going to ask, can you let him finish his response before following up?
And is the technology engagement team called the TET?
Sometimes, yes.
And do any of those divisions, teams, or components interface directly with social media companies?
The technology engagement team does engage with social media companies. The front office and senior leadership engage with social media companies, yes.
So what does the TET do to engage with social media companies?
Objection. Vague.
Can you summarize that for us?
Objection. Calling for a narrative.
If you understand the question, you may answer.
They hold meetings.
What do they discuss in the meetings?
I'm not in the meetings that the technology engagement team holds with the social media companies.
Do you have any understanding of what they discuss in the meetings?
Yeah, the general thrust would be information exchange.
And what kind of information is exchanged?
Primarily the tools and techniques that our adversaries, so malign actors like the ones I listed, like Russia and China, how are they using propaganda and disinformation?
Is there discussion of technologies that can be used to combat disinformation in those meetings?
There certainly could be. Tools, for example.
And is there discussion of content posted on social media that might be of concern to the GEC that's discussed with social media companies in those meetings?
I think that would be rare. The focus of the discussion would be at a higher conceptual level It would be how are these actors doing what they do, not so much specific pieces of content.
But do you think there may be rare conversations where specific pieces of content are discussed of concern?
Yes, I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, and do you know of any specific instance where that was done in these TET meetings with social media companies?
No.
How about the front office engagement with social media companies that you referred to? What's the nature of that?
It's primarily relationship building. So at the more senior level, the engagements that I would hold, the meetings I would hold, it would be really relationship building to facilitate better communication at the working level.
So who would be present at a meeting like that on your side?
On our side, it would be the acting coordinator or the coordinator, if an appointed coordinator.
I'm sorry. The acting coordinator?
The acting coordinator or the appointed coordinator, probably one or two of the deputies, because there are deputy coordinators, maybe a team chief, and then potentially a member of a team with relevant substantive expertise.
How frequently do those kinds of meetings occur where someone at the coordinator level and others are meeting directly with social media platforms?
Every few months, quarterly, but sometimes less than quarterly.
What sort of topics are discussed at those meetings?
The tools and techniques of our adversaries would probably be the number one topic. So what are the campaigns we see foreign propaganda actors like Russia, China, Iran, or terrorist organizations? What campaigns are they conducting? What tools are they using? Potentially which narratives they're promoting? And we would be in listening mode for anything the companies wanted to share.
And when you say what the companies wanted to share, what sort of information might that be?
My recollection is that it was fairly minimal.
Can you think of an instance where that happened? You referred to it just now.
That they would also be looking for Chinese disinformation campaigns, fairly general information along those lines.
And so they might flag for you, the GEC representatives, content that they see on their platforms that they're concerned may be originating from malign foreign state actors.
Objection. Assumes evidence not in record.
You may answer if you understand the question.
I don't recall discussions of specific content. These would be higher level discussions along the lines of a campaign with a narrative, but not specific content that would be a part of the campaign.
So they would not be flagging specific posts, for example, but they might be saying, hey, there's a narrative about, at a high level description that's trending on their platform, something like that.
Yes.
Do you remember specific instances where that kind of conversation occurred?
No.
But you have the understanding that that sort of thing would happen?
Yes, general discussions of campaigns.
And then on your side, would you also be discussing such campaigns? And,
yes.
And flagging them for them, is that fair to say?
Yes, but I wouldn't use the word flagging. Flagging is generally associated with specific content. That was generally not the focus of our discussions, certainly not the ones that I conducted.
So what discussions, let me take a concrete example, for example, that's in some of the GEC's online materials. I take it there was a campaign back in the 1980s from Russian malign actors to try and accuse the United States of manufacturing the AIDS virus in a laboratory in the 1970s, when in fact there's demonstrable scientific evidence that had emerged in the 1950s. So this is a kind of Russian lie. Is that at the sort of level of specificity that you might be raising these issues in meetings with social media platforms? Hey, we've got...
Specificity that you might be
raising these kinds of issues in these meetings with social media platforms?
Objection. Vague. Ambiguous.
If you understand, you may answer.
Yes, that is the level of detail.
Yeah, and I'm not asking, I'm not asking for, hey, anything current, but that would be this is the nature of information. You might sit down with them and say, hey, look, here's a malign foreign actor, Russia. They are pushing this narrative out onto social media platforms using bots or whatever. And, here's the nature of the narrative, and this is something to be on the lookout for. Is that a fair characterization of how those discussions go?
Yes, with the caveat that we might not say be on the lookout, it might be just what we're seeing. Our interactions were not directive with social media companies.
What's the purpose of advising them of those narratives of concern from your side?
The purpose is to deepen their understanding of the actions of malign actors seeking to harm the national security of the United States in line with the GEC's congressional mandate.
Is there a concern or is there an intention that for particularly malign narratives that once they've been advised of them, they might be equipped to enforce their content standards against users or bots who post those narratives?
Could you clarify the question?
Is part of the purpose of raising these narratives to inform the social media companies on how they might apply their content modulation policies against that kind of content?
Objection, ambiguous.
You may answer if you understand.
No, our purpose was not to affect internal decisions at the social media companies. Our purpose was to deepen their understanding of the actions of malign actors.
And these meetings occur every few months, is that fair to say?
At the senior level, every few months.
How often do they occur with the TET level?
More frequently, but I don't know the exact frequency.
Does the GEC engage in any activities where the intention is to influence or at least propose to social media companies that certain content might not be posted on their platforms?
Objection, compound.
You may respond if you answer.
No, the GEC does not seek to influence the decisions of the social media companies.
Does the GEC seek to provide information that might inform those decisions?
No, the GEC is not looking to inform specific decisions. These are general conversations about what we are seeing in the environment. They're not geared toward decisions that the social media companies may or may not make.
And are you aware of any instances, whether in the context of these meetings or any other context, where the GEC has been involved in, raising concerns to social media companies, whether directly or indirectly, about content posted on their platforms?
Objection, compound.
Yes, I can recall one specific instance that involved myself.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, can you tell me about that?
Yes. I believe this was in 2018, but I don't have the records in front of me. I was informed by a colleague that there was a security situation in a Middle Eastern country where demonstrators or protesters were using a social media platform to communicate, and the department was concerned for the safety of its personnel. And this was a concern that was being tracked in real time at the highest levels of the State Department. And that was the one time that I recall that I did communicate directly to a social media platform or representative that this was an ongoing concern. I was very specific in my interaction, simply saying that this is a real-time situation where we believe that the safety of our personnel is at stake, and I would simply ask that you review the activity on these accounts to make a determination in line with your own terms of service. I did not ask for anything to be removed, but I did have a direct interaction about specific content motivated by security concerns about the safety of our people.
Were those posts foreign or domestic?
All foreign.
And what action was taken, to your knowledge, by the social media platforms?
I don't know what specific action. They did not report back to me.
You've mentioned that you personally engage in that interaction. Are you aware of others in the GEC having any interactions of that nature, where there's a discussion with social media platforms about specific content of concern?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware of any other personnel within the GEC doing that on any other occasion?
There were other personnel involved in this interaction, but not beyond this interaction.
How many personnel are at the GEC?
I believe it's between 1 and 200. Yeah.
Okay, and do they all ultimately report to you in your role as principal deputy coordinator?
No, I'm currently serving as a senior advisor, so I'm not in a direct management role. When I was the acting coordinator, I would have been responsible for the entire office. They would not have reported directly to me. There's a chain of command, and when I was the principal deputy, some would report to me, but ultimately it would be the appointed coordinator who was the head of the office.
How much knowledge do you have of the office's activities in your role of senior advisor? Do you have a good overview of everything the office is doing, or do you only really oversee or get involved in smaller portions of it?
Currently only in small portions. I don't have an oversight role.
What are those smaller portions that you're involved in?
Strategic issues of interest to the acting coordinator.
Can you, without getting into too much detail, can you tell us whether any of those issues involve interaction with social media platforms?
No, they do not.
Your answer is no, they do not.
No.
Gotcha, okay. But are you still participating in these, few monthly meetings with the social media platforms?
No.
That was something you did when you were acting coordinator and deputy acting coordinator?
Yes, only in my capacity as acting coordinator or principal deputy coordinator.
And that was a role that you held from the beginning of 2017 until about a year ago, or about 14 months ago?
Until June 2021.
Let me give you a document. Okay. Let's call this Exhibit 1.
Mr. Sauer, do you only have one extra copy for us?
No, we got 2 extra copies of it.
Do you mind?
Yeah, that's fine. Do you recognize this document?
Could you clarify what that means?
Have you ever seen it before?
No.
So if you see at the top, appears to be a White House press release from January 8th, 2016, right? Mm-hmm. And is that right?
Yes.
And it describes, I believe, the creation by executive order of the Global Engagement Center in the beginning of 2016, right?
Objection. Assuming facts and non-evidence, can the witness have an opportunity to look at the document?
Sure. And if it helps you, if I could direct your attention to the second sentence of the second paragraph. Mm-hmm. Talks about how the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice will announce the establishment of the Countering Violent Extremism Task Force.
And the Department of Justice will
announce the establishment of the Countering Violent Extremism Task Force. Correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say the State Department will establish the Global Engagement Center. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So is this, to your understanding, the beginning of how the GEC got going, created by executive order in 2016?
Objection. Speculative.
If you know.
There was an executive order in 2016 that established the Global Engagement Center. Subsequently, there was a provision in the National Defense Authorization Act that created the Global Engagement Center in its current iteration.
So in other words, there was a precursor that was created by executive order, and then the 2017 NDAA gave it specific statutory authorization?
Yes, they're separate documents.
This press release goes on to say, do you see the sentence in that paragraph beginning additionally?
Yes.
Today, some of the most senior officials from the White House and across the President's national security team are meeting in Silicon Valley with representatives from a number of leading technology companies.
Yes.
Do you have any understanding of what the nature of those meetings was?
No.
Were you involved in the GEC in this iteration prior to 2017?
No, I was on detail in the Office of Policy Planning at this time.
But from the beginning, at least, it appears there was some aspect of the GEC's mission that involved interacting with social media platforms.
Objection, assuming the evidence is not in the record.
Fair to say?
I don't see a connection between the meeting in Silicon Valley here and the establishment of the Global Engagement Center. Could you explain what the connection is?
Are you aware of any connection between the GEC and interactions with social media platforms?
I'm not aware of any connection between the establishment of the Global Engagement Center through the executive order or the Global Engagement Center in its iteration then, and the senior officials from the White House meeting in Silicon Valley. The Global Engagement Center is not a part of the White House. This sentence talks about, the White House National Security Team. I don't know whether the Global Engagement Center was involved in that.
Let me ask you this: How you've been there since the beginning of 2017. During all that time, have there been interactions with social media companies to discuss narratives and things like that?
I don't believe it was across the entire time. The initial period was really focused on setting up the office, so there weren't a lot of outside meetings. I don't recall when exactly they began.
Did you ever have a conversation with social media companies where you encouraged them to speed up the removal of posts that they posted online?
No.
Let's do B. Let me give you another document. This will be, I think, labeled Exhibit 2. And is this a report from USA Today dated February 9th, 2018, discussing the Global Engagement Center?
Yes.
And you're quoted in this article, aren't you? In the second paragraph.
Objection. I would like to have an opportunity to read this article as well before going forward on this.
If you're going to read the entirety of every document, we're going to be here a long time.
Just to be able to put eyes on the document.
I tell you what, if I get to a question that is us of concern and we need some time, let me know. But
you just give at least the witness a little bit of time to be to familiarize himself with the document.
Well, let me ask this. Do you recall giving an interview to the USA Today in around February of 2018 or giving comments to them?
I don't recall it specifically, but I did a fair amount of media engagement, so I see the interview, yes.
And you see there on the second paragraph of this where it talks about how there's an agreement to transfer $40 million from the Defense Department to more fully fund the GEC. Mm-hmm. You remember that incident, I'm sure?
Yes.
And do you remember talking to the media about that?
I don't recall speaking to the media specifically about the funding transfer.
2 paragraphs down from that, there's a reference to Stephen Goldstein, the State Department Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy, describing the center's job. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you remember getting involved in a conversation with reporters with Mr. Goldstein?
I don't recall whether Undersecretary Goldstein and I did a joint or separate engagement with USA Today for this interview.
Okay, can you turn to the next page of this article? Actually, can you turn 2 pages? It's the 3rd page of the document.
Okay.
There's a freestanding paragraph that begins, "Some of that work has already begun," Kimmage and Goldstein said. Do you see where it says that?
Yes.
And then immediately below that, there's a quote from Goldstein that says, top managers have been working with other government agency, the White House, and technology companies, quote, encouraging them to help us in this fight. Correct?
That is Undersecretary Goldstein's quote, correct?
Yeah, and do you remember him saying that?
I don't. I don't know whether I was there when he said that.
Okay, and then it goes on to say he, which I take it refers to Goldstein, met with executives from Google in January and Twitter in February and plans to meet with Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And were you present at those meetings?
I don't recall being present at those meetings.
Okay, and it goes on to say they discussed shutting down bots, thousands of automated accounts that spew misleading information, correct?
Yes.
So that'd be a discussion of taking content down from a social media platform, correct?
Can I clarify? This is Undersecretary Goldstein's engagement. I wasn't present there. I can't speak to the content of his engagement.
You don't remember whether or not you were present for those meetings?
I don't.
You don't recall. Do you recall, have any specific recollection of what's discussed here?
No.
Okay, and then he goes on to say that he discussed with Google, Twitter, and plans to discuss with Facebook to speed up the removal of posts and videos that target U.S. audiences, correct?
Objection assumes evidence not on the record. These are not quotes. These are paraphrases.
That's what the article reports him as saying, correct?
That's what the article reports him as saying, correct?
Not with quotes around it, but as a summary, right?
Correct, as a summary.
Do you remember any conversations from that time frame where there was discussion of speeding up the removal of posts between anyone associated with the State Department and any social media platform?
I don't recall any conversations between myself at the GEC and social media companies about speeding up the removal of posts.
Do you recall anyone from the State Department telling you that they had a conversation with a social media platform about speeding up the removal of posts?
No, I recall Undersecretary Goldstein engaging with the companies, and I don't remember all of the details. I don't remember what he said he discussed with them.
Okay, and you don't recall whether you were personally present when those meetings occurred?
I don't believe I was, but I don't recall being present, no.
How about anyone else other than Secretary Goldstein, Undersecretary Goldstein? Have you ever had a discussion with anyone else at the State Department that discussed, for example, talking to social media platforms about speeding up the removal of posts?
I don't recall any conversation with others at the State Department about specifically speeding up the removal of posts.
How about any kind of removal of posts? Any discussion other than the incident you described earlier, obviously, from 2018?
Outside of the very specific context of this, what I would describe as an exceptional case involving a threat, I don't recall specific discussions of meetings with social media companies about speeding up the removal of posts.
How about how about taking steps to stop bots from spreading disinformation?
I don't recall conversations about taking steps. We would talk about foreign actors' use of things like bots, but not to encourage some type of action. It would be really to inform. So I don't recall conversations about taking steps.
Do you recall conversations about informing social media companies that bots are spreading a certain kind of disinformation or narrative?
I do recall conversations about Chinese use of bots to spread propaganda narratives.
Do you know whether the use of bots would violate the social media platform's content modulation policies?
I don't know, no.
Are you aware of anyone at the State Department, including the GEC, going through intermediaries to indirectly flag or raise content concerns with social media platforms?
Could you clarify?
Well, are you aware of any instance where someone at a social media someone at the GEC may have gone to some third party on the understanding that that third party might convey a concern about content on a social media platform to the social media platform?
No, I can't speak to every engagement that someone at the State Department might have had.
Are you aware of any engagements of that nature that I described?
No, not that I can think of.
Can you get C? Yeah. Let's call this Exhibit 3.
Mr. Sauer, to clarify the record, no, never mind. I see. Are you identifying this as USA Today because the URL is not USA Today? So both for Exhibit 2 and assume you'll also mention for Exhibit 3. Is it because there's a USA Today in parenthetical next to the author? I just want to make sure the record's clear.
That's all I'm referring to.
Okay.
Yeah, and then can you take a quick look at this article by Orrin Dorrell, who's indicated in parentheses as from USA Today? Mm-hmm. And is this one dated February 13th, 2018, so just a few days after Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Does this article, if you turn to page 2, also refer to you and quote you?
Yes, I see my name.
Yeah, and in the middle of the second page, you see where you're quoted as saying, we're now a coordinating body and incubator of ideas, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then below that, it says, how does the center do that? And it says the center's 66 employees coordinate with U.S. agencies, such as the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, to target the American audience, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Is that a fair description of what you told them at the time, do you think?
No, it's not.
Why? What's unfair about that?
The Global Engagement Center does not target American audiences.
Okay. How does it coordinate with U.S. agencies such as the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security?
It meets with them periodically.
How often do those meetings occur?
At the senior level, every few months, I would say.
And then at what other levels?
At the working level, you would have regular engagement through the National Security Council on a much more frequent basis, because you would have officials from all agencies there, but maybe every few weeks at the working level.
So every few weeks, under the aegis of the National Security Agency, there'd be coordination between the GEC, the FBI, and the DHS. Correct?
Objection.
No.
I was going to say mischaracterizes the evidence.
No, you said National Security Agency. That's a component in the intelligence community. The meetings I referred to would be through the National Security Council,
Gotcha.
which periodically convenes all the agencies in the national security complex.
Are there any other forms of direct coordination between the FBI and DHS and the GEC?
Yes, there are periodic meetings and there are interagency forums where representatives of those agencies would be present.
How often do those occur?
Every few weeks or months.
And who and I don't want their names, but what sort of personnel from the GEC are participating in these meetings?
Could you clarify at the senior level or the working level?
Well, why don't we start with the senior level? Who at the senior level, by title, would be participating in those kinds of meetings with the FBI and DHS, outside the aegis of the NSC meetings you referred to earlier?
At the senior level, it would be the coordinator, either acting or appointed, and potentially the principal deputy coordinator. Those would be the senior level meetings. And at the working level, probably a team director from the Global Engagement Center.
Which team would typically do that? Would that be the TET or the I2C2, or who'd be doing that?
It would be entirely dependent on the focus of the meeting. If a meeting is focused on Russia, it would be the Russia team. Generally, it would be threat actor focused.
Threat actor
focused. So Russia, China, counterterrorism.
If you turn back to that article, well, let me ask you this. Those meetings you've described, are they on an as-needed basis, or is there a kind of standing or recurring meeting between GEC and FBI and DHS?
Objection vague.
I don't recall any standing meeting with FBI. There were standing internal forums where both GEC and potentially FBI or DHS would be there, but it wasn't a specific meeting for the GEC and that agency to coordinate. They would be there as part of a larger group.
Okay. What sorts of discussions would they have at a meeting like that? You know, can you characterize the sorts of discussions would occur in those kinds of meetings?
I would describe them as threat actor focused. So it would be the actions of a specific foreign threat actor and then the coordination of what the interagency would do in response. And
would content on social media platforms be discussed at those meetings as part of a threat actor focus?
Generally, the focus would be on the threat actor, potentially with mention of social media. Outside of a specific threat, you would generally not focus on content, specific pieces of content, with the exception of, for example, in counterterrorism, something that would be threat related.
How about these narratives? For example, you said there might be a Russia meeting where that involves the GEC and the FBI and DHS, or a China-focused meeting. Suppose Russian malign actors are pushing narratives on social media. Would that be discussed at these meetings?
Objection, speculative, and calling for a hypothetical.
If you know.
Are you asking about a specific meeting?
Well, more generally, is that something that has come up from time to time, to your knowledge?
Russian narratives would come up in the context of a meeting. Yes.
And would those be, are there scenarios where GEC actors are briefing the FBI and DHS on Russian narratives?
I don't know that the GEC would be the lead briefer. It would really depend on the meeting and the context. You might have the intelligence community, for example, lead with a briefing. There are subject matter experts at the GEC who can speak to that. I can't say who briefed what at a specific meeting.
But you're aware, at least, that narratives from threat actors on social media have been discussed at those meetings?
Objection, assuming evidence on record.
Yes, it's part of the GEC's congressional mandate to identify the propaganda and disinformation of malign foreign actors, and a significant amount of that is structured around narratives. Yes.
Okay, so it would be, I take it, sort of routine practice for GEC staff to brief the FBI about a malign foreign narrative, or brief DHS about a malign foreign narrative that they've identified.
Objection, assumes evidence not on the record.
No, I don't recall it being routine practice. The GEC met infrequently with the FBI. I don't recall any specific meetings with the FBI. They would be present at interagency forums, but there were no specific meetings I can recall where the GEC would meet with the FBI to brief them on narratives.
How about DHS? Would the GEC meet with DHS to, and at least as part of that meeting, inform them about malign foreign narratives?
So there were meetings with DHS at the senior level. I don't recall whether narratives were discussed. I don't believe that narratives would have been a focus for the meetings with DHS.
Who is at these meetings at the senior level on your side?
I recall meetings with DHS with the appointed coordinator where I was present in my role as the principal deputy.
Who else on the GEC side?
On the GEC side, you would have one or potentially two of the other deputies, the team chiefs, and then maybe some individuals from what we call the threat team, so the China or the Russia team, with relevant subject matter expertise.
And who would participate on the DHS side?
On the DHS side would be the principal, and then I don't recall all the people on the DHS side. I believe, yeah.
What does that mean, the principal?
The principal is the highest level official involved in the meeting.
So what would the title of that person be at these meetings?
I believe it would. I don't recall whether we had a meeting with the Undersecretary for CISA, the Center for the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency, or whether it was the official below that. There's also a team at DHS that deals with disinformation. So it would have been either the Undersecretary or someone more junior.
Okay,
it would be the principal for DHS.
I'm sorry, finish.
So it would be either the Undersecretary or the people below that. I believe there was at least one meeting involving the GEC coordinator and the DHS Undersecretary.
And when you said Undersecretary, and you referred to CISA, so
Right.
for the clarity of the record, CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency within DHS,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And the person you've described as the Undersecretary, is that the director of CISA?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that person who was at the meetings? Was that Director Krebs or Director Easterly?
It would have been Director Krebs
Okay.
in the period that I recall.
Do you know how many meetings there were at that director to coordinator level with CISA?
I believe there was at least one.
Do you know if there were more than one?
I don't recall. There may have been. I don't recall.
What would the time frame of these meetings have been?
It would have been between 2019 and 2021.
So at some point, you had one or more meetings in a 3-year period with Director Krebs.
I was in.
You had at least one, but maybe more meetings with the CISA director sometime in 2019, 2020, or 2021.
Yeah, there were one or more meetings during the 2-year period when the GEC had an appointed coordinator.
And what was that?
That would have been between February 2019 and February 2021, so that 2-year period.
Okay. Do you remember anywhere within that 2-year range when that meeting occurred?
I believe it was 2020, but I don't remember.
Do you recall what generally was discussed at that meeting?
I don't recall the full agenda. The primary purpose was information sharing, an update on the GEC. What is the GEC focused on? What is it doing? What are its major activities? And then I don't recall what the CISA part of the agenda was. But I would describe the primary focus as information sharing.
When you say information sharing, were you trying to set up or establish a coordination or communicating relationship between the two agencies, GEC and CISA?
Could you clarify what you mean by a coordinating or communicating relationship?
Well, let me rephrase that question. In that meeting, did you propose ongoing communication or coordination between GEC and CISA?
Objection. To the extent that this calls for privileged information, that's deliberative. I would instruct the witness not to answer. To the extent you can answer the question without revealing privileged information, you could go forward.
The GEC's congressional mandate strongly encourages ongoing communication with all of the agencies that are engaged on propaganda and disinformation by foreign actors.
Is there ongoing communication between the GEC and CISA?
I don't know now. There were periodic meetings. They were not very frequent, but how would you define ongoing?
Well, you used the word. How would you define it? You referred to, you said your statutory mandate requires ongoing communication, and I asked whether there is ongoing communication with CISA. Can you describe what kind of communication with CISA occurred during the period of your knowledge, that 5-year period when you were acting coordinator?
So I was acting coordinator for 2 years, and then I was the principal deputy for 2. And there was at least one senior level and potentially more senior level engagements every few months, I would say.
You say more senior level engagements every few months. Who would have participated in those?
The senior level engagements, as I said, would involve the coordinator, the acting coordinator, the appointed coordinator, and the principal deputy. Those are the senior level engagements.
Okay, so senior level engagements would include you and then the CISA director, correct?
Yes.
And you said those engagements would occur every few months.
Objection, assuming evidence on the record and mischaracterizing his testimony.
Is that correct? Those would occur every few months?
Every few months. I know we had at least one meeting, and there may have been 2, so every few months. Yeah.
One meeting or 2 over a 4-year period, or every few months? Those seem different to me. Can you clarify?
Sure. I think the aim was to meet every few months. I don't know that we achieved that.
How about at the staff level below? I think we've been talking about the principal level in these interactions between GEC and CISA. How about at the staff level?
At the staff level, outside of the NSC process, I don't recall how frequently GEC representatives met with the disinformation office within CISA.
When you say the disinformation office within CISA,
Right.
Is that the team that's been described as the mis-dis and malinformation team?
I believe that's the current name for it, yes.
And did it previously have a name that was something like the countering? In any event, so when you're talking about this, earlier when you referred to how there was a meeting either with the director or the director of the misinformation group, that's a reference to what came to be known and still is known as the mis, dis, and malinformation team,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Who was the director, or who was the head of that group?
I don't recall.
Were there ongoing interactions between GEC staff and that mis, dis, and malinformation team?
Objection, speculative.
I believe there were interactions. I don't recall how frequent they were or how ongoing.
Do you know what was discussed in those interactions, generally?
Specifically, no, generally information sharing.
Okay, what kind of information was shared?
The actions of the major malign foreign propaganda and disinformation actors as part of the GEC's mandate.
So it'd be discussions of the, sorts of narratives that are being pushed by malign foreign actors.
Objection, assumes evidence on the record.
Is that fair to say?
It could be anything from the plans of those actors to the activities. I can't speak to the nature of the discussions. I wasn't part of them.
Okay. Do you know who participated in those on the GEC side?
No, I don't.
Can you stick with Exhibit 3 there, right in that same middle of the second page? We talked about how the center's 66 employees coordinate with U.S. agencies such as the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, correct?
Yes, that's what the paragraph says.
And then the news article goes on to say to target the American audience, correct?
Yes, that's what the news article says.
And you don't think that's a fair characterization of what you would have said to them at the time?
No, that's an inaccurate characterization of the GEC's mission and focus.
Does the GEC's mission and focus include concern about foreign narratives that are pushed on social media that get replicated by domestic speakers? So suppose, for example, Russia is pushing the narrative that the U.S. government invented the AIDS virus in a lab in 1970, and they push that out through media or social media, and it gets retweeted by, domestic actors. Is that a point of concern for the GEC?
Objection. Calls for a hypothetical.
If you know.
The GEC's concern is with the actions of foreign propaganda actors. The GEC's concern stops there. It doesn't extend to the speech of Americans.
Okay, so if Americans pick up, for example, a malign foreign narrative, is that something that the GEC would track?
Objection.
That this is getting traction in the in the American social media sphere.
Objection. Speculative. Hypothetical.
No, the GEC does not track the American social media sphere.
Okay, so you don't pay attention to what's being said on Facebook and Twitter, and whether or not these malign foreign narratives are kind of spilling over into what Americans are saying on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and so forth.
Objection. Ambiguous.
Is that correct?
No, the GEC's focus is on foreign propaganda and disinformation.
Would the GEC ever discuss with social media platforms in these various interactions issues about whether or not malign foreign narratives have been replicated in domestic speech?
No, that would not be the GEC's focus. I can't speak to what the social media companies may raise or how they raise it, but that would not be the GEC's focus.
How about CISA? Is that something that CISA might focus on, to your knowledge?
I can't speculate about CISA's focus.
CISA is CISA, correct? Do you know what CISA's mission is?
I assume it's listed on their website. I'm not going to try to reproduce it.
I'm just asking if you know. Do you have a general understanding of what they're concerned with?
It's primarily cybersecurity focused.
And how about the mis-dis and malinformation team? Do you know what their focus is?
Objection. Speculative.
If you know.
I don't recall their precise mission within CISA. It was a small team.
How about it more generally? Do you have a general understanding of what that team focuses on?
Objection. Speculative.
If you know.
Disinformation and misinformation as it pertains to cyber and infrastructure security.
And does that include misinformation and disinformation that come from domestic actors?
Objection. Speculative.
I don't know.
So you don't know whether the mis-dis and malinformation team focuses exclusively on foreign disinformation or whether its concern with disinformation extends to sort of disinformation propagated by domestic speakers.
I'm not going to speculate about the focus of a team at another agency.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking you to just answer if you know. What do you know?
I don't recall what their specific focus was within the CISA mandate.
Same paragraph there in paragraph 3 under how does the center do that. The next sentence goes on to say that it, meaning the GEC, works with social media companies that have been used to spread foreign propaganda, correct?
Correct, that's what the sentence says.
And is that, I take it they're attributing that sentence to you in this article, correct?
Objection. Assumes evidence on the record.
Is that your understanding?
I don't see that here.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Did you tell a reporter that the GEC works with social media companies that have been used to spread foreign propaganda?
I wouldn't characterize it as works with. I would characterize it as meets with periodically social media companies that have been used to spread foreign propaganda.
Okay, and does the GEC still do that to this day?
I believe that the meetings continue, yes.
Do you know who's attending those meetings nowadays?
No.
Do you know who attended meetings like that during 2021? Meetings between social media platforms and GEC personnel?
So the senior level meetings would have involved me and one or more of the deputy coordinators, the chiefs of the relevant teams, and then working level people with relevant subject matter expertise.
And I think you may have talked about this earlier, but how often would those meetings occur in 2021 specifically?
I believe the aim was for quarterly meetings. I don't know that they always happened on a quarterly basis.
And what social media platforms were met with?
I believe we had meetings with Twitter and maybe Facebook or Google.
How about YouTube? Google I think, owns YouTube. Was that a YouTube-related meeting?
I don't recall.
How about Parler?
I don't recall a meeting with Parler. I don't believe we met with them.
How about LinkedIn?
I don't recall a meeting with LinkedIn.
How are these meetings done? Is it all on a big Zoom call, or do you guys fly to San Francisco, or do you meet with their DC people? Where do they occur?
Sure. Before COVID, the meetings would be generally at the GEC offices in Washington, D.C. In 2021, it would have been over Zoom or a virtual platform.
Okay. And would there be, for example, on people's calendars, electronic invites to those Zoom meetings?
I believe so, yes.
Would that include your calendar?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to look at your calendar for 2021, you could probably figure out which social media platforms you met with and how often. Fair to say?
Objection, mischaracterizes evidence, assumes evidence on the record.
Yes.
Okay. So you said, like, for example, in the 2021 timeframe, the goal was to meet with them quarterly, and you can't remember whether or not you met that goal, correct?
Yeah. I don't remember whether we ever had a recurring quarterly meeting on the calendar.
In that you believe you met with Twitter and Facebook, correct?
Yes.
Possibly met with YouTube and / Google?
Possibly.
Do you remember any other social media platforms that you've ever met with?
In 2021?
Well, we'll start with 2021, yeah.
No, I recall a meeting with Twitter and possibly with the other companies you mentioned. I do not recall any other meetings with big social media companies.
How about little social media companies?
With social media companies.
How about others at the GEC? Are you aware of them meeting with social media companies?
No, it wouldn't. Normally, they wouldn't share every single meeting with me.
Okay. Are you generally aware that such meetings occurred that you were not participating in during the 2021 timeframe?
Yes.
Okay. Who would have participated in meetings with social media companies then?
Representatives of the technology engagement team, and then relevant members of what we call the threat teams, so the Russia, China, Iran, or counterterrorism teams.
Do you know what social media companies were met with?
No.
And do you know what kind of threats were discussed?
I don't know the specific threats that were discussed, no.
Are you, starting with focusing on your meetings, at any of your meetings where it was foreign-generated, election-related disinformation discussed with social media platforms?
I don't recall any discussion of election-related threats in my 2021 meetings.
How about in earlier meetings? How about in 2019, 2020? At any time did you have a meeting with a social media platform where election-related disinformation was discussed?
I don't recall a meeting focused on election-related disinformation or propaganda. The companies may have briefed on some of the steps they were taking. They spoke about this publicly as well, but I don't recall the GEC introducing anything election-related.
What did the company say about election-related disinformation?
I don't recall the specifics, just that they were focused on it and taking steps.
Did they tell what steps they were taking?
I don't recall the specifics.
Did those steps that they were taking include steps relating to content modulation?
Not that I recall. I believe it would have been more along the lines of, I believe there was media coverage of like a war room or things like that.
Mr. Sauer, just in terms of timing, what do you think? We've been going for about an hour.
I'm fine with a short break now. Let's keep it real short.
Yeah.
You guys are okay with that?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Let's do a
go off the record.
5-minute break.
Okay. Cool.
And then
Just 1 second.
we'll go for another 45 minutes or an hour.
Let's hold it to 5 minutes
Yeah.
because
Yeah, I understand.
are we off the record?
The time is 11:10 a.m. We are off the record. The time is 11:21 a.m. We are back on the record. Please proceed.
Mr. Kimmage, who is Alexis Frisbee?
Alexis Frisbee is a member of the technology engagement team at the Global Engagement Center.
That's the TET, as we've called it.
Yes.
What's her title within that team?
I don't recall her title.
Is she the head of the team, or is she a member of the team?
No, she's not the head of the team. She's a member of the team.
Are you aware of her communicating with social media platforms?
I believe she helped to set up meetings, yes.
Okay, and did she have communications with them, or did she just set up the meetings?
The communication I'm aware of would be in the context of setting up a meeting.
So you're aware that she set up a meeting with what social media platform?
I don't recall.
Was it more than one?
I don't recall.
What was the time frame of that setting up that meeting?
I believe it would have been 2021.
Do you know whether she participated in the meetings that she set up?
I don't recall.
Who would have participated in the meetings that she set up, or who did participate in the meeting or meetings that she set up?
Sure. In the, we've already been through this, I believe. The acting coordinator, one or more of the deputies, the team chiefs from some of the threat teams, and then some working level staff with relevant subject matter expertise.
So did she set up all of the meetings that you described as aspired to be quarterly in 2021, or did she just set up one particular one?
I don't know. The coordinator doesn't normally know who sets up the meetings.
How do you know she set up that one or more?
Objection, assuming evidence on record.
I believe she helped to set up at least one meeting.
What makes you think that? What do you remember about that?
She was on the technology engagement team.
Do you remember any specific issue that was discussed in the meeting she set up?
The agenda, we went over would have been an update on what the Global Engagement Center is seeing in the environment, some of the potentially relevant analysis that the Global Engagement Center would be engaged in, and then information sharing with whatever the social media company wanted to share.
Do you know if this was a Russia-specific meeting or a China-specific meeting or an ISIS-specific meeting?
I don't recall the 2021 meetings as being focused on a specific threat actor.
What were they more focused on?
I believe it would have been across the board. So here's what China is potentially up to. Here's what Russian propaganda and disinformation is. I don't recall the specific agenda, but I don't believe it was limited to a single threat actor.
Okay. Were there other threat actors that were discussed in those 2020 meetings besides, I think you mentioned Russia and China?
Potentially. I just don't recall the specific agenda.
Do you recall election-related issues being discussed in any of those meetings?
Objection. I'm sorry, I was going to say objection vague.
Could you clarify what you mean by election-related?
Well, do you remember the word election coming up? And by election, I mean an American election. So I'm not asking about disinformation that relates to an election conducted in, what passes for elections in some of these threat actor states. But was there any discussion that related to any American election or elections?
I don't recall any discussion of American elections in my 2021 meetings with social media companies.
How about discussion of mis or disinformation that relates to American electoral processes or American elections?
I don't recall any discussion related to American elections in my 2021 meetings.
Who is Samarudin K. Stewart, also known as Sam Stewart?
Sam Stewart was also a member of the technology engagement team.
What was his role on that team?
His role was to facilitate engagement with social media companies.
When did he work for the GEC?
I don't recall the specific dates of his employment.
Is he still there?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you know when he left?
No.
Do you know what time frame he worked? Would it have been back in the 2017, 2018 time frame, 2019, 2020?
I believe it was later, sort of 2019 to 2021.
Okay, and do you know what exactly he did for the TET?
He helped to set up meetings and establish contact with social media companies and technology companies.
How did he do that?
Objection, speculative.
Emails, meetings, phone calls.
Okay. Where was he based?
I believe he was based in Washington, D.C., and potentially elsewhere. I don't recall exactly where he was based. This overlaps with the COVID period. I don't recall.
Do you were you included in any of the emails, meetings, and phone calls he had with social media platforms?
Objection, speculative.
I don't recall any specific emails. I may have been included on a scheduling email, but I don't recall any specific emails.
Okay. Can I have G as in goat? And we're going to hand you a document that's going to be labeled Exhibit 4. And is this a media report by Robert K. Ackerman dated September 4th, 2020?
Objection assumes evidence not on the record. Speculative.
Yes.
And if you look on the second page there, there's a reference to Leah Gabrielle. Do you see that?
I would just ask, I don't want to stay here for an hour reading documents, but can we give the witness a couple minutes to familiarize himself with the document before proceeding with questions?
Sure, if he needs time, he can ask for it. Do you see a reference to Leah Gabrielle?
He hasn't looked up. He's still looking at the document. Can you ask the witness if he's ready to answer questions about the document when he has an opportunity to look at it first?
Do you know who Leah Gabrielle is?
Yes.
Who's she?
She was the appointed coordinator of the Global Engagement Center from February 2019 to February 2021.
So she, I take it you reported directly to her?
Yes.
And you were the principal deputy coordinator.
Yes.
So you worked closely with her during that time period.
Yes.
If you flip to the second page, can you go down to it's basically the third full paragraph from the bottom. There's a paragraph that begins with these three adversaries.
Objection. The witness still hasn't identified whether he's ready to proceed with the questions. I would please ask counsel to give an opportunity for the witness to be able to familiarize himself with the document before proceeding with questions.
He hasn't asked me for more time, but do you see the paragraph I'm referring to? That's my only question.
Yes.
Okay, and you see in the second sentence of that paragraph, or the first sentence that refers to Gabrielle's nightmare scenario, is propaganda that could lead to, among other things, public health problems, right?
Yes.
And then in the third sentence, it says the GEC is countering disinformation on the spread of COVID-19, correct?
Yes.
What steps did the GEC take to counter disinformation on the spread of COVID-19?
Objection assumes evidence not in the record.
If any.
So the GEC tracked propaganda and disinformation by foreign actors such as Russia and China that was related to the pandemic, and the GEC worked with partners to counter the effects of that abroad, outside of the United States.
Okay, what was the nature of COVID-related disinformation that originated from like Russia and China?
The nature of it would have been false narratives about the origins of the pandemic, for example, blaming the United States or implicating the U.S. government. Some of it would have been related to the efficacy of, for example, vaccines that the Russian government was developing, and the modes of dissemination would have been various. They could involve bots, they could involve official media. There was a whole ecosystem of, for example, Russian propaganda actors.
Tell me about that ecosystem of Russia. You mentioned China and Russia, so let's start with Russia. You said Russia had misinformation or disinformation about the efficacy of vaccines. What was the nature of that disinformation?
The nature of the disinformation would have been to denigrate the effectiveness of Western-developed vaccines and to promote the effectiveness of Russian-developed vaccines.
Okay, and how was that propagated? Those kinds of narratives propagated?
I was going to say objection mischaracterizes evidence and also assumes evidence not in the record.
They would utilize the standard toolbox of Russian propaganda and disinformation efforts. So everything from official statements by senior Russian officials to Russian state-funded or controlled media outlets, proxies, online tools like bots. It would be a whole suite of tools that researchers have documented as being part of this Russian propaganda and disinformation toolbox.
And what steps did the GEC take to combat those tools?
Objection assumes evidence not in the record.
The primary step, the primary focus was to expose this effort through things like a public report that the Global Engagement Center released on the pillars of Russian disinformation and the ecosystem that Russia used to promote it.
Were there any, you said that's the primary focus, were there other aspects of that attempt to counter this Russian disinformation?
Yes, the GEC would act along the major lines of effort that I've described. So it would conduct analysis along the lines of that report. It would coordinate within the U.S. government, and it would work with partners to counter the propaganda and disinformation abroad.
What kind of partners?
Non-governmental organizations, foreign governments, research organizations.
And what kind of work would be done with those partners? Or was done?
research on Russian propaganda narratives, research on the resonance, the substance, interactions with foreign governments on what they're tracking, for example.
Was there any interaction with social media companies about these kinds of Russian disinformation related to COVID-19 vaccines?
I believe that it would have come up in some of the meetings that I described with the social media companies, yes.
So you believe that in those meetings with social media companies that you described as occurring in 2021, there was discussion of Russian disinformation campaigns related to COVID-19?
I don't recall in 2021. I believe it was more of a pressing topic a little earlier when the pandemic was at its height.
So that would have been in 2020, most likely.
2020, for example.
Were there other Russia-originated COVID disinformation campaigns other than the relative efficacy of Russian and American vaccines?
Yes, I believe there were Russian narratives about the origins of the virus. There were false allegations about U.S. government research facilities. There would be a wide array of propaganda narratives. What
was the nature of the origins of the virus disinformation from Russia?
I don't recall the specific narratives. I believe there were some that alleged a U.S. government role.
What sort of role?
U.S. government-funded research or some U.S. government role along the lines of the campaign in the 1980s that you referenced.
So there was a Russian disinformation campaign that suggested that the U.S. government had some role in creating the COVID-19 virus.
There were multiple Russian disinformation campaigns involving a large number of narratives, and that would have been one of the narratives.
Was that another narrative that was discussed in those 2020 timeframe meetings with social media platforms?
Objection. Mischaracterizes testimony. Assumes evidence not in the record.
I don't recall.
You do remember that the Russian disinformation about vaccine efficacy was discussed in those meetings, fair to say?
I don't recall any specific discussions. It's entirely within the realm of the possible. Discussed Russian narratives. I don't recall the specific narratives.
So you believe that you may well have discussed Russian narratives in those 2020 meetings with the social media platforms as it pertains to COVID?
Yes, it's possible.
And you don't remember which specific Russian narratives were discussed?
No, I don't.
How about Chinese narratives that relate to COVID? You referred to those earlier. What are those?
So those would be also focused on the origins of the virus, also touting China's effective response to the pandemic, and contrasting that favorably to other countries, including the United States. Those would be two Chinese narratives related to the pandemic.
What did the Chinese disinformation say about the origins of the virus?
I don't recall specifically. I believe that it was also insinuating in some cases a non-Chinese origin of the virus, much along the lines of what Russian propaganda insinuated.
Did it insinuate a U.S. government role or an American role in the origins of the virus?
I don't recall the specific narratives.
Do you know whether those Chinese narratives were discussed in the meetings with social media companies?
I don't recall the narratives. I believe we were focused on some of the techniques that China was using, a little bit more than the content of the narrative, so botnets, for example.
Mm-hmm. So did you, for example, tell them that the Chinese are using bots to spread narratives?
I don't know whether we told them. I know that we discussed Chinese use of bots.
Okay, what did you say about the Chinese use of bots?
that they were using them.
Okay. And how about Russia? What was discussed about Russian disinformation, to your recollection?
I believe it would have been the narratives and that I already mentioned.
So with respect to Russia, narratives were discussed, whereas with respect to China, to your recollection, techniques were discussed, like using bots as opposed to narratives.
Yes, because one of the notable features of the pandemic was that China began to adopt techniques that we had previously really only seen Russia use. So, for example, Russia has been documented in many reports as using aggressive online tactics, proxies, bots, trolls. China had not been as active in that way, and so during the pandemic we began to see both a convergence of narratives between China and Russia and a convergence of techniques. So those were things that we and other researchers were seeing during the pandemic.
So when you say convergence, you mean a convergence between what Russia and China are both doing?
Yes, a convergence both of narratives and the techniques for disseminating those narratives.
And maybe this piggybacks on, if you could look back at that document, the very next sentence or the next part of that sentence, it says the GEC is countering disinformation on the spread of COVID-19, and China already has tried to discredit U.S. vaccine efforts. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall narratives from China that were trying to discredit U.S. vaccine efforts?
I don't recall specific narratives, but I do recall that China was disseminating narratives that tried to discredit U.S. vaccine efforts.
Do you know if those were similar to the Russian narratives that you described a moment ago?
I believe that they were. They may have differed in some specifics, but yes.
And were those narratives about vaccine efficacy discussed in the meetings with social media platforms during the, as you said, the height of the pandemic?
I don't recall the specific discussions.
So you don't know for sure. Is that something that could well have been raised in those meetings?
Objection, speculative.
Yes, it is.
Can you get H? Let's hand you a document that's, we're going to label Exhibit 5. Yeah. Do you recognize Exhibit 5?
I do.
Is this a GEC special report called Pillars of Russia's Disinformation and Propaganda Ecosystem?
Yes.
And this report, I think, was singled out for particular praise in your recent OIG report. Is that fair to say?
I believe so.
Can you turn to page 8? To see how I'm kind of turning it sideways, and there's 5 graphics. On the far right graphic, under cyber-enabled disinformation, what is cyber-enabled disinformation?
It's using cyber tools to disseminate disinformation.
And what are some examples of cyber-enabled disinformation by foreign actors?
So these would be listed beneath it. For example, hacking into a system, taking data out of that system and releasing it into an online environment. That would be an example of cyber-enabled disinformation.
Okay, so can you give an example of when that's ever happened? Without straying into any sensitive areas.
I believe an example would be and I believe this is documented in either the Senate Intelligence Committee report or another congressional report, would be the Russian hacking of the DNC emails and then the subsequent release. That would be an example of a hack and release operation.
Okay. And that's happened in 2016, I believe.
I believe so.
That's a situation where Russian foreign actors hacked into the DNC's emails and then publicly released them on WikiLeaks or something like that, right?
Yes.
Or they publicly released them in some form, is
Publicly
that fair to
released
say?
them in some form.
Okay, is that a disinformation campaign? How is that a form of disinformation?
It can be if the information is altered. It can be if the context is misrepresented. It depends very much on the context.
Can you think, are there other examples of hack and release operations that the GEC has tracked?
Objection. Mischaracterizes evidence, assumes evidence not on the record.
The GEC did not track any of the 2016. It hadn't been established with the mandate to do so.
Are there examples of hack and release operations since then that the GEC has focused on?
Not that I recall right now. This is focused on the techniques, not specific operations.
And without identifying any specific operations from your 5-year period at GEC, do you recall any hack and release operations other than the 2016 hack by Russians of the DNC's emails?
Without getting into specifics, I do recall internal discussions about Russian hacking, yes.
Okay, were there discussions of Russian hacking that relate to incidents other than the 2016 hacking incident that you've described?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to get into specifics, but in what time frame were you if you can say, what time frame was there other concerns about specific issues of potential Russian hacking?
Concern over Russian hacking would have been ongoing throughout the period of the GEC's mandate.
How about, is there any, other than a general concern for it arising from the obviously very high-profile hack that you referred to, was there concern that other incidents of hacking and releasing may have occurred?
Yes, there was concern.
Okay, and were there actual hacking release operations that succeeded? Presumably it's released, it's probably now a matter of public record if they did succeed.
Objection. To the extent that this is calling for classified information, defer to the witness on this, but I do want to make sure that or law enforcement information, I want to make sure we stay clear of that. So I will instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that this calls for classified or law enforcement material.
The GEC itself doesn't have the tools to track things like hacking operations. We would have followed reporting from those who did have those tools and those authorities.
And you say, is that public reporting or would that be internal government reporting?
Potentially both.
What public reporting would you have followed?
Media reports.
Do you remember media reports relating to Russian hacking that addressed any incident other than the 2016 DNC Russian hack?
I don't recall anything specific, no.
You mentioned hack and release incidents in your report as a technique used by the Russians. Did you have a basis for identifying that as a technique that they use other than the 2016 DNC hack?
Objection. Mischaracterizing evidence, the testimony.
I don't recall. I didn't do the basic research for this report. I don't recall.
Do you know what the basis was for identifying them in this report? By them, I mean hack and release techniques.
I believe it's footnote 16 here, so we could look in the report.
Yeah, can you flip to the next page where footnote 16 occurs? It's page 9. I think there's two things cited there. One is a U.S. Department of Justice report on the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Did you see that?
Yes.
And does that refer to that 2016 hack, high-profile hack?
Yes.
And then underneath it, there's government of the Netherlands. Netherlands Defense Intelligence and Security Service disrupts Russian cyber operation targeting...
Netherlands Defense Intelligence.
Netherlands Defense Intelligence and Security Service disrupts Russian cyber operation targeting OPCW. Do you know what OPCW is?
It's the organization for it's about chemical weapons. It's a chemical weapons focused. I don't recall the exact acronym.
Gotcha. Other than those two incidents cited in the footnote, can you recall any other incidents that would have supported the report's conclusion that hack and release is a disinformation technique used by Russia?
No.
Do you remember any conversation you had with that technique of hack and release with any social media platform?
No.
Do you recall that being discussed by any other, that technique, hack and release, being used by or being discussed by anyone else at the GEC in any social media platform?
No.
Let's do I. And this is going to be labeled, I think we're on Exhibit 6. Do you recall participating in an interview or panel discussion at the Brookings Institution on October 2nd, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And rather than play the entire video, we got a little excerpt here of comments you made about minute 29. Can you look at that? There's a question from Fiona Hill and an answer by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record. A lack of foundation.
This document...
Let me just, to make the record clear, objection, lack of foundation.
This document kind of reports you saying in this online video on YouTube, basically discussing government coordination, fair to say?
Yes.
And you say it doesn't have an exciting visible component, correct?
Yes.
And it consists of emails and phone calls and meetings, right?
Yes.
And you say we are in close communication with our colleagues at DHS.
Objection, like lack of foundation. This, we don't have the full context. Just objection to this entire line of questioning on this exhibit as lacking foundation.
And you go on to say we were in close communication with our colleagues at DHS, correct?
Yes.
What was the nature of the communication you're referring to there when you made this statement?
Emails.
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record.
Emails, phone calls, and meetings.
Okay, what kind of coordination back in that late 2020 timeframe? What kind of close communication was going on with colleagues at DHS?
Communication related to the GEC's mandate to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation.
Who at DHS was GEC communicating with?
Objection asked and answered.
It would have been primarily the office, either I don't recall what it was called at the time, but the task force, or what's I believe now known as the Misinformation, Disinformation, and Malinformation Office.
So that's the dis, and malinformation team we talked about earlier.
Right.
And this October 2nd, 2020 is about a month before the 2020 election.
Right.
Who was it communicating between GEC and DHS in that time frame?
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record.
I don't recall the specific staff members who would have done that.
Would you have been involved in those communications?
Generally not the direct communications, no.
Do you remember what your basis was for saying that we're in close communication with our colleagues at DHS?
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record. Lack of foundation.
It would have been meetings with the head of the relevant interagency team at the GEC, or meetings where the person from that team would report on other agencies that they were in communication with. So they would list that we're in communication with DHS, for example.
And do you, I'm sorry, you may have answered this, do you know who at GEC is involved in these meetings?
Objection, assuming evidence not in the record. Mischaracterizes testimony. Vague.
It would be the staff from the I2C2 or potentially someone with relevant subject matter expertise from one of the threat teams at GEC.
And do you know what was discussed in those meetings of close communication with DHS in the October 2020 timeframe?
Objection. Mischaracterizes testimony, assumes evidence not on the record, lack of foundation.
No, not specifically.
You just don't remember what was discussed in those meetings?
Objection. Mischaracterizes testimony, assumes evidence not on the record.
It wouldn't be, there wouldn't be any reason to report the content of a specific communication to the principal deputy coordinator.
Who would we have to ask to know what was said in those meetings?
Objection. Speculative.
The staffers involved.
And you think those staffers would have been people in the I2C2?
Objection. Speculative.
It could be the I2C2 team, but it could be anyone with relevant subject matter expertise at the GEC.
Who was in charge of the I2C2 team at this time?
I believe it was Stevie Hamilton, but it may have been somebody else. I don't remember the exact dates of all of the heads of all the teams.
Is that a matter of public record who's in charge of the I2C2 team?
I don't believe so. I don't think that the GEC provides information below the level of coordinator on who's in charge of which team.
Who has been in charge of the I2C2 team during your tenure there?
I believe it was Stevie Hamilton.
The whole time?
I believe so. There may have been, there was a lot of staff movement. I believe it was Stevie Hamilton.
Do you remember anyone else being in charge of that team?
I don't recall.
The next sentence in this Exhibit 6 says, with our colleagues at FBI, the Global Engagement Center has set up an interagency coordination cell. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that a true statement?
I believe that we set up an interagency coordination cell that was in contact with the FBI. So I would clarify it that way.
Yeah, what is an interagency coordination cell? I mean, what does that mean?
So an interagency coordination cell is a team with, say, a number of members, and each one will be responsible for contact with one or more agencies in the interagency. So you would have an individual whose job it is to stay in contact with components in the intelligence community or the Department of Defense or DHS. That's what an interagency coordination cell would be.
So it's someone who's tasked with remaining in kind of fairly close contact with another counterpart at another agency.
Yes, with the clarification that it may be sporadic, it may be close, it could depend on events, it could depend on what's happening. It can be difficult to predict how close it is. The primary engagements for the Global Engagement Center were really with the Department of Defense and the intelligence community.
Without mentioning their names, but by title, do you know who at the, or role, do you know who at the GEC was involved in this interagency coordinating cell with the FBI?
No, I don't recall.
Do you know what team they would have been on?
I believe it would have been the I2C2 team.
So you believe someone, this interagency coordinating cell means someone at I2C2 is designated to be in close contact with someone in the FBI?
Yes, there would be someone with a portfolio that includes FBI for coordination.
And then who on the FBI side would they have did they coordinate with, to your knowledge?
Objection. Speculative.
And again, not names, I just want to know their title and role.
I don't know their title.
Okay, do you know what their role would have been? Or what office or section they would have been involved in?
Objection. Speculative.
I believe it would be the Foreign Influence Task Force at the FBI.
So you believe that, is that ongoing to this day? Is there still an interagency coordinating cell between GEC and can I call it the FITF at
Sure.
FBI? Is that ongoing to this day?
I believe there is an interagency cell at the GEC. I don't know which other agencies it's in contact with now or the frequency of those contacts.
There is an interagency cell at the GEC, but you don't know whether or not that interagency cell is in contact with the FBI now.
Yes, that's correct.
But I take it they were in contact with the FBI during October of 2020 when you gave the talk at the Brookings Institute?
Objection. Assumes evidence not on the record. Mischaracterizes testimony.
I don't know whether they were in contact in October 2020, but when I was giving these remarks, the I2C2 would have had someone with FBI in their profile, and if the circumstances required, they would be in touch with a counterpart at the FBI.
Do you know whether there were any such communications during that time frame?
I don't.
And you go on to say, so we are in constant communication in the next sentence of Exhibit 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
Objection.
What's that a reference to, the constant communication?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Assumes evidence not on the record.
On your understanding?
It's a reference to the GEC's exercise of its interagency coordination mandate, which requires communication with the relevant agencies.
And that's done through the I2C2's coordination cell to communicate with the FBI.
Yes, the I2C2 is specifically focused on interagency communication, but it could involve anyone with relevant subject matter expertise.
Do you know anyone, let me ask you this, do you recall any issues that the GEC raised with the FBI's FITF at any time? Without saying what the issues are, do you know whether there were issues that the GEC raised with the FITF?
I don't recall any specific issues, no.
Is it possible that they did and you just don't remember, or do you believe that they never did raise an issue with the FITF?
Objection. Speculative.
It's possible that they raised an issue with the FBI, yes.
And they would be someone in the I2C2?
Yes.
Okay. But you just don't know what sort of communication there would be?
No, I don't.
Objection. Mischaracterizes testimony.
More generally, sorry, you can answer that question.
I don't recall.
Do you recall any interaction, any substantive interaction between FITF and the GEC? I
don't recall any substantive interaction. There were just a lot of different meetings. I don't recall anything specific and substantive.
Did you ever interact with FITF?
I believe I may have been in the context of an interagency meeting with representatives of, I think they call it FITF or FITF, but I don't recall any specific meetings.
Was that when you said an interagency meeting, was there a essentially GEC FITF meeting?
I don't recall a GEC FITF meeting. I mean a broader interagency meeting where one of the representatives would have been from FBI, for example.
Do you know who's in charge of FITF?
I don't know who's in charge of FITF now. No.
Other than what we've just talked about, are you aware of any interactions between GEC and FITF?
I'm not aware of any specific interactions. As I said, in the interagency, it's entirely possible that we would have been in meetings together, yes.
Do you remember anything about those meetings?
Objection. Mischaracterizes testimony and assumes evidence not on the record.
I don't recall any specific items involving FITF. No.
Let me give you another exhibit. I've got this one. I think this is going to be 7, right?
Counsel, do you know how long you're going to spend on this exhibit? I'm just trying to think in terms of a possible lunch break.
Well, if we go for about 5 minutes,
Okay.
why don't we visit it? I'm not sure, but why don't we, once we're done with this exhibit, why don't we raise that?
Okay. I just didn't know if you were going to spend an hour on one exhibit.
My exhibits are like my children. I love them all equally. Mr. Kimmage, you've been handed Exhibit 7, which is excerpts from the second amended complaint in this case. Have you ever reviewed the second amended complaint?
Yes, I have looked at this.
So you've seen this before, this document before, or you've seen the big document. This is obviously only 14 pages of the 162 pages. It's fair to say you've seen it before?
Yes.
Can you flip to page 117 and look at paragraph 396? And there's an allegation in paragraph 396 that says, pursuant to third-party subpoena, Twitter has identified personnel associated with the State Department's Global Engagement Center, including Alexis Frisbee and Daniel Kimmage, as likely involved in communications with Twitter about censorship and/or content modulation on issues such as election integrity, vaccine/COVID misinformation, and related subjects. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you know what, if to the extent Twitter said that about you, do you know what they were referring to? Do you remember any meeting with Twitter?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Let's start with the first question. Do you remember meetings with Twitter?
I recall at least one meeting with Twitter.
Do you recall any others besides the one?
Yes, I recall at least 2 meetings with Twitter.
Okay. Do you recall any besides those 2?
No, I do not.
When did those meetings occur?
One was in 2021, and one would have been before the pandemic.
Would that have been in 2019 or late 2020?
Potentially 2019 or even 2018. I don't recall the date.
Okay, the 2021 meeting. Let's start with that. What time? What you know? What time of year that happened?
It would have been in the spring, I believe.
Do you remember more specifically what date it was?
No, I don't.
Would that be reflected on your official calendar?
I believe it would be, yes.
Do you know who attended that meeting?
It would be the acting coordinator, me in that capacity, then one or more of the deputy coordinators, team chiefs from the Global Engagement Center, and working level staff with relevant subject matter expertise.
So a significant number of individuals on the GEC side were at that meeting.
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony, assumes evidence not on the record.
How would you define significant?
Well, how many people on the GEC side would you estimate?
Between 5 and 10.
Okay, and that included you, and you were then acting coordinator?
Yes, in 2021 from February to June, yes.
And then the deputy coordinator was there too?
I believe so.
Who was that?
At the time, it would have been Leah Bray.
And then the team chief, who's that?
Patricia Watts, the technology engagement team.
So that was a TET.
TET.
And was there anyone else from the TET team there?
I believe Alexis Frisbee.
Okay. How about, you mentioned subject matter experts?
Right.
Who were, do you remember? I don't want to necessarily want their, well, let me ask this. What unit did they come from?
I don't recall for the 2021 meeting.
Do you know if it was Russia, maybe?
I simply don't remember who all the GC personnel were.
Okay, and then who was present at that meeting on the Twitter side?
I don't remember the individual.
There's only one person from
No,
Twitter?
there were others, but I don't remember their names.
Okay, do you remember what their roles were within Twitter?
I believe it was the sort of assurance or compliance. I don't recall the exact name of the component within Twitter.
When you say assurance or compliance, what is it? A member of the trust and safety team?
It may have been, yes.
Does that sound right to you, at least?
Objection, speculative.
Yes.
If you, so
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, someone from the trust and safety team was there?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was a man or a woman?
No.
And do you believe there were other members of Twitter there? Or Twitter officials?
Yes.
How many would you say?
Fewer than on our side.
Were they, so maybe less than 5?
Yes.
And there'd be on your official calendar, if there were there's an invite for this meeting, correct?
Yes.
And that will reflect all the participants, fair to say?
Objection speculative. The foundation.
I don't know how the invite is structured and what it reflects.
Let me ask this, were the other individuals from Twitter there? Do you remember any of their names?
No.
Do you remember any of their roles within Twitter?
I believe their roles were in the trust and safety area.
So there'd be multiple Twitter officials from the trust and safety group there.
Yes, I believe so.
How about any other area of Twitter? You know, did anyone else attend that wasn't a trust and safety person?
Not that I recall.
Who asked for this meeting? Did GEC ask for it or did Twitter ask for it?
I don't recall where the exact impetus came from, which side initiated, which side asked for the meeting.
Okay. Was this a recurring meeting or was it kind of a standalone meeting that had been set up to address a specific topic?
As I said, we hoped to set up recurring quarterly meetings. I don't recall whether this one was a continuation, as in whether the same people were there from our side. I was only recently in the role of acting coordinator because before that there was an appointed coordinator.
Who was that?
That was Leah Gabriel, the appointed coordinator.
Right.
Before.
Okay, so what was discussed in this meeting?
So as I said, in this meeting, the GC would provide an overview of what it was seeing in terms of foreign propaganda and disinformation, and Twitter would, to the extent that they felt comfortable sharing information, would discuss similar topics.
You said would. You said you would provide it and they would share. In fact, did you guys do that?
I recall that we gave an overview. I don't recall the specifics of what Twitter presented.
What did you give an overview of?
Objection calls for a narrative response.
I believe it was an overview of the major actions by malign foreign actors like Russia, China, and terrorist organizations.
Do you remember what was discussed about that?
I don't.
Who was the principal speaker in this meeting? On your side, or was there?
The GC side had multiple speakers.
Okay.
I believe I kicked things off with sort of very general remarks, and then there were other speakers at the GEC.
Did Alexis Frisbee talk?
I don't recall whether she had a speaking role.
Who else talked to your recollection?
I don't recall the specifics of the meeting.
Okay, you don't remember how many people talked?
No, I don't.
Do you remember any content about the conversation?
No, I don't remember the specifics.
I think if you look back to paragraph 396, there's a specific reference to certain topics. Election integrity. Is that something that was discussed at this meeting?
Objection vague.
If you remember.
I don't recall.
Do you remember anything said at the meeting that would have related to elections in any way?
I don't recall.
How about vaccine/COVID misinformation? Do you remember anything that would have related to that in a spring 2021 meeting with Twitter?
I just don't recall the specifics of the meeting.
How about your own statements at the meeting? Do you remember anything that you said at this meeting? I know you said earlier you kicked things off. It sounds like you introduced some speakers. Did you say anything else in the meeting?
I don't recall the specifics. I would have introduced our team and talked a bit about sort of general trends in propaganda and disinformation, but I simply don't recall the specifics.
So you don't remember anything specific about what you personally said in that 2021 meeting?
No, I don't. I would have been doing multiple meetings every day. I just don't recall the specifics.
And you say multiple meetings every day. Is that with social media platforms in this time frame?
No. It would just be multiple meetings in my capacity as the acting coordinator.
Did you have a similar meeting to this one with Facebook or YouTube or any others?
I believe we had meetings with either Facebook or Google or both. I don't remember the specifics, but there were. I believe there were meetings with Facebook and Google.
Would they be in that same time frame?
They would be in the same period when I was the acting coordinator, yes.
So in the spring 2021 time frame?
Yes.
I think you testified earlier that you were acting coordinator from February to
June.
June, okay. And you believe you had at least one meeting with Facebook and Google that was similar to this meeting with Twitter that we've been talking about?
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
I believe we met with them, yes.
Apparently I didn't mischaracterize it.
Those were different statements. He said something different than what you said.
Did you have a similar meeting with Facebook and Google during this time frame that was similar to the meeting you had with Twitter?
I believe so. I don't recall the specifics of which company we met with.
So you're not sure whether you met with Facebook?
I believe we did. I don't recall exactly. I believe we met with Facebook.
Do you remember who at Facebook you met with? Or what their roles were?
I don't remember the individual. I believe it was a similar area. I don't remember what it was called at Facebook, but it was a similar to the component at Twitter, the assurance or safety part of Facebook.
Right, so at Twitter, we described it as the trust and safety team, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and then at the Facebook, you believe you met with the analogous component of Facebook in your meeting in 2021, fair to say?
Yes, I believe it was the analogous component.
But you don't remember exactly how they describe it, but it has similar responsibility to the Twitter trust and safety team, correct?
I don't recall how they described it, and I don't know what its internal responsibilities are at Facebook.
Okay, but you believe it was the similar or analogous component to the Twitter trust and safety team, fair to say?
I believe so. It may have been public policy. That was another component.
How about Peyton Iheme? Is that a name you recognize from Facebook?
No.
And then you also believe you had a meeting with Google or / YouTube in the same time frame?
I believe so, yes.
And would that have been with the same component, the kind of trust and safety type component at YouTube / Google?
I believe it would have been an analogous component, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many representatives came from Facebook to your meeting?
Objection, assumes evidence not on the record.
No,
A handful.
Okay, and then on the GEC side, did you have a series of? Did you bring similar people on the GEC side to that Facebook meeting?
Again, objection, assumes evidence not on the record.
Yes, I believe the lineup would have been similar.
Have you taken any steps since you read this document for the first time to refresh your recollection about these meetings?
No.
Have you reviewed any documents in preparation for your deposition?
No.
So you read this, but you didn't go check and see, did I have a meeting with Twitter? Or, you didn't take any steps to refresh your recollection to try and see what was discussed at that meeting?
No, I did not.
And you haven't reviewed a single document in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I looked at this when it came out.
How about vaccine COVID misinformation? We talked about that statement in paragraph 396 about election integrity. How about vaccine COVID misinformation? Is that something that may have come up in that meeting with Twitter to start with?
Yes, it's possible. I don't recall the specifics.
And what kind of vaccine / COVID misinformation might have come up?
The Global Engagement Center would be looking at disinformation narratives or campaigns by foreign actors like Russia, China on COVID.
And do you remember that coming up in these meetings?
I don't recall whether it specifically came up at this meeting. I simply don't recall.
Do you recall whether there are any emails that relate to these meetings, setting them up or having a follow-up or anything like that?
Objection, speculative.
I recall a schedule invite. That's what I recall.
for all three of them?
Objection. Assumes evidence not on the record.
Question.
I recall a scheduled invite for I believe the Twitter and maybe the Facebook meeting, because I had to click on a link for the Zoom part of the meeting.
And as far as Google, YouTube, you're not sure if you had a calendar invite?
I just don't recall everything on the calendar.
You referred also to a meeting with Twitter in 2019. Can you tell me about that meeting?
I believe it was an initial meeting after they had set up like a policy office in D.C., and I don't remember the individual's name, but it was sort of a meet and greet meeting.
Okay. You personally attended that?
Yes.
Were you then acting coordinator or principal deputy coordinator?
I don't recall whether I was the acting coordinator or the principal deputy. I would have been in one of those two positions depending on the date.
Do you know who attended that meeting other than you?
No, I don't.
Do you know who attended that meeting for Twitter?
I don't recall the person's name.
Did you have similar meetings in that time frame with any other social media platforms?
I don't recall specific meetings. I recall the meeting with Twitter, but I don't recall other specific meetings.
Why does that one stand out in your mind?
I just remember that Twitter had a new person in Washington, and they were, I think, sort of making the rounds and introducing themselves.
Okay. Turning back to the 2021 meeting, I think I asked you earlier if you knew whether the GEC had initiated that or whether Twitter had initiated that. I mean, I've asked you a bunch of questions about that. Does that jog your recollection at all?
I don't know who specifically initiated the request for a meeting.
Do you know whether there was a specific threat that led to the meeting, that one side or the other wanted to raise a specific issue and that's what led to the meeting?
No, I don't believe it was based on a specific threat.
And you believe there were multiple speakers on the GEC side discussing different kinds of threats?
Objection. Assumes evidence not on the record. Mischaracterizes testimony.
There were multiple speakers not necessarily addressing threats. These meetings were not threat focused. They were more general than that.
What were they focused on?
Propaganda narratives disseminated by foreign actors like Russia and China.
Okay, and do you remember what narratives were discussed?
Objection. Assumes evidence not on the record. Mischaracterizes testimony.
I don't recall the specific Russian or Chinese campaigns we would have been discussing in the spring of 2021.
Do you believe you were discussing Russian and Chinese disinformation campaigns at that meeting in 2021 with Twitter?
Objection. Speculative.
Yes, I believe we would have discussed those, yes.
Would you also have discussed techniques, like, for example, the techniques that are discussed in the report that we showed you earlier on Russian disinformation techniques?
Yes.
How many, you said there would be multiple speakers, so to speak, from GEC at the Twitter meeting. How many were there on the GEC side?
Objection. Speculative.
I believe I've answered this between 5 and 10.
Oh, yes, I think you did. Well, I think you said there were 5 or 10 attendees.
On the GEC side.
Right. Did everybody talk? Like, did everybody give a little presentation, or was it 2 or 3 of them? That's my question.
I don't know whether everybody talked. I know that 2 or 3 definitely would have talked.
Counsel, we've been going for about 15 minutes when you said 5 minutes. So I do want to wrap up this line of questioning and take a break, but how much longer do you have?
Why don't we take a break now, and we can decide over lunch whether we've wrapped up the line of questioning. For the record, I did not say 5 minutes. I said I didn't know how long it would go. So, but I'm fine taking a break now. We are at a lunch time, so.
All right, just let's call it 1:30 to get actually started.
I'd rather start at 1:15. I don't want to, I do want to accommodate the...
record.
Yeah, go ahead. Are we off the record?
The time is 12:23 p.m. We are off the record. The time is 1:33 p.m. We're back on the record. Please proceed.
I would like to just ask a couple quick clarifying questions for Mr. Kimmage.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kimmage, do you remember when counsel asked you if you looked at any documents to refresh your recollection in preparation for this deposition?
Yes.
I just want to ask, do you, upon further memory, remember looking at any documents in preparation of this deposition?
Yes.
And do you remember what those documents were?
I believe they were court documents.
Okay.
What documents did you review?
The amended complaint, I believe.
Anything else?
Court, some other court document, I don't remember precisely which.
What'd you read in them?
Versions of the same charges that are here.
Can we have K? Did you read a motion for a preliminary injunction?
I don't recall exactly.
Did you read a joint statement on depositions?
I don't recall.
Did you read anything other than court documents that are publicly filed in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I didn't read anything else in preparation for the testimony.
I think you're being handed what's going to be marked Exhibit 8.
Oh, I have.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
So is this from the website of the technology engagement team within GEC?
Yes, it looks like it.
Or it's a description of the technology engagement team online. Here are the third page. There's a paragraph there on Silicon Valley engagement, correct?
Yes.
And it states that in December 2019, GEC/TET established a Silicon Valley location, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, I believe it was an individual.
When you say the location is really a description of one person,
Yes.
who's that person?
I believe it was Sam, I can't remember the last name.
Stewart.
Stewart, yes.
So earlier when you testified that you thought he worked in D.C., is it possible that that was incorrect?
He did work in D.C., and then for some portion of that he was also in California, I believe.
How long was there a Silicon Valley location?
I don't recall how long he was actually physically located in Silicon Valley.
Is someone still there today?
I don't believe so, no.
And this is on your website now, fair to say?
I haven't reviewed it. I'm
Okay.
not aware.
Do you know how long that Silicon Valley location consisting of one person was in operation?
No, I don't recall.
And the purpose of the Silicon Valley location, according to your website, is to facilitate public-private coordination and broker constructive engagements between the U.S. government and the tech sector, as well as academia and research, correct?
Yes, that's
And
right.
is the tech sector there, is that a reference in whole or in part to social media platforms?
Objection, speculative.
If you know.
It would include potentially social media companies among other tech-related things out there.
Does your Silicon Valley engagement person talk to social media platforms?
Objection, speculative. Assumes evidence not in the record.
If you know.
Yes.
What kind of conversations do they have? Or what kind of engagement do they conduct?
Primarily information sharing.
What kind of information?
Information sharing related to the Global Engagement Center's mission to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation.
In that next sentence there says the goal is to increase collaboration that results in identifying, exposing, and defending against foreign adversarial propaganda and disinformation, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
What's involved in defending, collaborating with social media platforms to defend against disinformation?
Primarily exchanging information to deepen their understanding of the actions of foreign propaganda and disinformation actors.
I'm sorry, say that again, I apologize.
Sure. Primarily deepening their understanding of the actions, the tools, techniques of foreign propaganda and disinformation actors.
So mostly it's GEC educating the tech companies on those tools and methods?
Not necessarily. I can't characterize what the balance is in the engagements.
But the purpose from your perspective is to educate them on tools and methods of dissemination of foreign propaganda and disinformation.
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Is that fair to say?
Not necessarily. That would be the primary focus from the GEC side, but they may also educate us based on what they are seeing. I can't characterize the exact breakdown of the information sharing.
It's a two-way street, then?
Potentially, yes.
Why do you want them educated, them being social media platforms? Why do you want them to be educated on tools and methods for the propagation of foreign disinformation?
We want them to understand how foreign propaganda and disinformation actors are trying to exploit the platforms to disseminate propaganda and disinformation.
Why do you want them to understand that?
We want them to understand it because they are the ones who are the owners of the platforms.
Okay, so why do you want the owners of the platforms to understand that?
Because it's part of the Global Engagement Center's mission to increase overall awareness of propaganda and disinformation by malign foreign actors.
If they are aware of those tools and methods, are they more likely to take their own actions to defend against them?
If they are.
If they are aware of those foreign malign tools and methods, are they more likely, on your view, to take their own defensive actions against them?
Objection, speculative.
I can't speculate about the actions that the social media companies may or may not take. We would not ask them to do anything. The extent of our engagement would be to share insights, but not to ask them to do something.
Has the GEC ever asked a social media platform to do something with respect to content other than the 2018 threat you described this morning?
Objection, hypothetical, assumes facts on that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Can I have L? You're going to be handed a document I think we're going to call Exhibit 9. Do you see this document?
I do.
And this is a collection of emails we received from the social media platform LinkedIn that include Samarud and Case Stewart. Can you see that?
I do.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Stewart was reaching out to social media platforms to schedule meetings?
I believe he was.
And was he scheduling meetings with just LinkedIn or other meetings? Other social media platforms?
I believe it would be others as well.
Do you know which others he did this with?
No, I don't recall the list.
Do you know if he met with Twitter?
I don't know. No.
Do you know if he met with Facebook?
I don't know his meeting schedule, no.
Okay, you don't know, same question as to other social media platforms. Your answer is you don't know any of them.
Not that I don't know them, I don't know what his meeting schedule was. I wouldn't have kept track of his schedule.
Were you generally aware that he was setting up meetings with multiple social media platforms?
Yes.
Did he do that at your direction?
He did that as part of his job to facilitate engagement.
And was he on the TET?
I believe so, yes.
And I think that turned back to the last exhibit. Was he basically the Silicon Valley location that was talked about in your website in the last
Yes,
exhibit?
I believe so.
Okay, on the second page of this document, the one bearing LinkedIn base number 342, higher level, did you participate in any of the meetings that Mr. Stewart set up with social media platforms?
I believe I participated in meetings. I don't know if he was the one who set them up. I don't know the full, all the mechanics.
Do you know who participated in his meetings other than himself?
No.
Okay. Looking at this, this second page, the one at the top, February 5th, 2020, he initially reached out to Paul Rockwell at LinkedIn, correct? You see that in the middle of the page?
Yes, I see that.
Do you know who Paul Rockwell is?
No.
Would it surprise you if he's the vice president and head of trust and safety for LinkedIn?
No, I don't know his position.
Okay. I know you testified earlier that your Twitter meeting in 2021 dealt with their trust and safety team, correct? Right. And then your analogous meetings you had with Facebook and possibly Google in the same time frame were also with the trust and safety teams or their equivalents at those other entities, correct?
Yes.
Was Mr. Stewart told to reach out to the trust and safety team at LinkedIn?
I don't believe we instructed him, or I didn't instruct him on which individuals or teams to contact.
Okay, and he, in this email in February of 2020, reaches out to Paul Rockwell and says he's a senior advisor for the GEC working out of Silicon Valley, correct?
Yes, I see that.
So that corroborates your understanding that he's the Silicon Valley location, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And he says that he's his agency's got interests in countering disinformation and foreign state and non-state propaganda, right?
That's what the email says.
Yeah, what's non-state propaganda?
That would be a terrorist organization, for example.
Gotcha, okay. And he links to the GEC's website, correct?
Yes.
He talks about, let's explore shared interests and alignment of mutual goals regarding the challenge. Do you know what he's talking about there?
Apologize. Where are you reading from?
Next paragraph down in his email, so it's the very last paragraph on this page. Your time permitting, I'd like to schedule a meeting to discuss, or a phone call to discuss, to explore shared interests and alignment of mutual goals regarding the challenge, right? Mm-hmm. What are these shared interests and alignment of mutual goals?
Objection, speculative.
If you know.
Shared interests regarding countering disinformation and foreign state and non-state propaganda.
And what are your mutual goals with the social media companies on that front?
Again, objection, speculative.
As I stated, sharing our understanding of the tools, techniques, and campaigns of these foreign propaganda and disinformation actors.
Is it a goal of the GEC that those foreign disinformation not spread in the United States on social media? Is that a goal of the GEC?
The GEC's goals are not related to this space within the United States. The GEC is looking at foreign propaganda and disinformation.
So the GEC is not interested in the propagation of disinformation in the United States, correct?
The GEC is focused on the campaigns, the actions, the tools and techniques of foreign propaganda and disinformation actors like Russia and China.
You go to the top of this page, there's some other LinkedIn people on this email. Patrick Corrigan, you see that?
Yes.
Do you know who he is?
No.
Would it surprise you if he's the Vice President for Legal and Digital Safety?
Okay.
Yeah, and then Nicole Isaac, is she a trust strategist at LinkedIn?
I don't know her job title.
But it seems like the people that got looped in this email are all members of the trust and safety team. Would that be consistent with, if I may finish the question, would that be consistent with other meetings that you've talked about where you were meeting with people on their trust and safety teams from these entities?
Objection, speculative, and then compound.
Yes.
If you flip to the next page, was 343. There's a reference to him setting up a face-to-face meeting in February or March.
Okay.
Do you know if that meeting occurred?
I don't.
Was it his common practice to have oral face-to-face meetings instead of, kind of written exchanges with the social media platforms,
Objection calls for speculation.
if you know.
I don't know how exactly he conducted his engagement.
Turning a couple pages back to page 345, Bates page 345. A woman called Diana Patel agrees to the meeting with him on the LinkedIn side, right?
Objection, lack of foundation.
If you look there at the top level email in the chain, the top of the page. Hi, Sam.
Okay.
Thanks for reaching out. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And he was responded to by Diana Patel, correct?
Yes.
What was her title, according to the email?
Head of Threat Prevention,
And under that?
Trust and Safety.
So she was the head of threat prevention for the trust and safety team at LinkedIn.
Objection, speculative.
Yes, according to the email.
Can you flip ahead to the page marked 351? And this is a follow-up email in March that Mr. Stewart sent to the LinkedIn Trust and Safety team after he had the oral meeting, correct? He says, hello, Diana, it was nice meeting you and your colleagues recently at the beginning of the email, correct?
Objection, speculative, lack of foundation.
Yes.
And he discussed about being happy to continue the engagement with them, is that right?
Again, objection, speculative, lack of foundation.
Where does it say that?
Second sentence of the second paragraph. As mentioned, the GEC has begun sharing information when appropriate with companies in the technology industry, and I'd be happy to continue the engagement with you. Correct?
Yes.
Lower down, he gives some links, and he links to something called the Disinfo Cloud. Well, what's the Disinfo Cloud?
It was an information sharing platform for on tools to counter propaganda and disinformation.
What sort of tools were discussed on that? Are these computer programs, or what kind of tools are we talking about? Hammers and chisels?
No, I believe they were sort of computer analytic tools.
What kind of tools?
I wasn't an active user of the platform, but as I understand it, they were sort of analytical tools.
Just help me as someone who's not super tech savvy. What is an analytical tool?
Sure.
I just don't understand what it means.
An analytical tool would help a tool that could identify coordinated inauthentic activity on a social media platform by a foreign disinformation actor.
So it could, did you say it could coordinate inauthentic activity?
No,
Okay.
no. I said a tool that could identify coordinated inauthentic activity by a foreign propaganda and disinformation actor like China or Russia.
Yeah, what's coordinated inauthentic activity? Is that like bots?
Yeah, it's fake activity that is being coordinated for a purpose.
And I think some of your materials talk about how they would create fake accounts of people who don't exist and give them, real-looking pictures. Is that another example of coordinated fake activity?
It could be. You'd need to look at the specifics more.
What do the tools do to identify coordinated specific activity?
I'm not a software expert. I don't know how they work internally.
Who is posting on that website? Or is it a website, or what is it exactly?
It's a website. It's a platform that, as I understand, you can log into and see examples of tools.
Okay, and who can log into it? Is it open to the public, or is it only for social media platforms, or how does it work?
I believe it was for U.S. government, tool developers, and I believe some researchers. And it would be not anyone, but you'd have to, I think, send in a request and then be approved for access.
It was it a GEC initiative?
I believe so, yes.
And was it funded by GEC?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who participated in it? Who had access to the platform?
I don't have the full list of all the participants.
What kinds of participants? I think you mentioned earlier there'd be tech platforms could do that.
Objection, mischaracterizing testimony.
It was, I believe, tool developers, government agencies, and I believe researchers. I don't have the full list.
And it got discontinued, correct? Or is it still up and running?
I don't recall. I believe it was up and running when I left for training.
You left for
training at National Defense University.
Okay, so you were being trained at National Defense. I thought you were teaching, but you left.
No. I was in a master's program there.
Oh, congratulations. Okay. Whose team ran the Disinfo Cloud, or runs it, I guess, if we don't know if it's still up and running?
The technology engagement team.
That's the TET.
Yes.
Can you flip ahead to the last page of the document, 406? And there's a calendar invite here between Mr. Stewart and a series of recipients on the LinkedIn side. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the subject of the meeting is LinkedIn and GEC, countering disinformation and propaganda, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like the participants on the LinkedIn side are Patrick Corrigan, correct?
Yes.
And is he the VP of Legal and Digital Strategy for LinkedIn?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
If you know.
I don't know his position.
And then Paul Rockwell, the Vice President of Trust and Safety, is on there.
Objection, same, speculative, lack of foundation.
On the line below, if you know.
Yes, I see the name.
Ausman Joby. Do you know who that is?
No, I do not.
Nicole Tarasoff. We're directly below.
What's the question?
Do you see her name there?
Yes.
Do you know if she's the Director of Content Policy at LinkedIn?
I don't know her position.
And then there's a bunch of people with state emails on this. Do you see them there?
Yes.
Without reading their names in the record, do you know who they are?
I recognize 1, 2, 3 of the names.
What are their roles in within state or within GEC?
As of the date of this email, I was already in National Defense University, so I don't know exactly what their roles were at that time.
What roles did you understand them to have at some time?
I believe one was on the China team, and
which one is that in terms of order? I see one.
I believe it's the first name.
Okay, gotcha.
And one, I believe, was on the Russia team.
And which one is that in the order?
It is the penultimate name.
Okay. And do you recognize the other ones?
I recognize the second name.
What's the role of that person?
I don't recall the precise role.
Okay. Do you know what this meeting is about on July 29th, 2021?
No.
Do you have any reason to think there would be a countering disinformation meeting on July 29th of 2021?
Check.
Any specific topic that might have come up in that time frame, anything like that?
Objection, speculative.
I was no longer involved in the day-to-day operations of the Global Engagement Center on July 29th, 2021.
Can you give me And so we're handing you what's been marked Exhibit 10. Do you recognize these emails at all? emails between people at the State Department and CISA regarding a program for African CSIRTs.
What do you mean by recognize?
Well, have you seen them before?
I don't believe so. I don't think I was on these emails.
What's a CSIRT?
A CSIRT.
Do you know what that stands for? If you look at the very first page and the very first paragraph, we're looking forward to having you speak at the workshop on disinformation and misinformation for African CSIRTs next Tuesday.
No, there are a lot of acronyms in government. I don't actually recognize this one off the top of my head.
Computer Security Incident Response Team, is that what it stands for, do you think?
Objection, speculative.
If you know.
It sounds plausible.
And then of the people on the state side participating here, are they members of the GEC, do you know? If you look at that name at the very top who's sending this email, kind of organizing the conference, is that a GEC person?
Objection, assuming evidence not on the record.
I don't recognize the person who it's from.
How about down there in the CC? I see Samarud and Case Stewart. Down there in the CC line, second line, far right, I see Samarud and Case Stewart.
Yes.
Yeah, at that time he was still a GEC person, fair to say.
Yes, yes.
Is he gone now?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then directly below him, there's another state person. Is that a person associated with GEC?
I don't know.
Were you familiar with this, or do you recall this particular program?
I don't recall this particular program.
And I guess we were talking about in May of 2021. Were you at GEC then, or were you at National Defense University?
I was still at GC in May.
Okay. Third page of this. You go to the bottom of the page. It's the one marked 12-196. Do you see that?
Yes.
There's a personnel in state there who I think was the original sender on the first page. Is that a name I take it that's a name you do not recognize?
No, I don't.
So you do not know if she's associated with GEC?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
Clarify the record. He's saying just no, because it said no on that question. He does not know, not that the person is not. I just thought that for all our purposes, it was a little bit of.
Do you know whether that person's associated with the GEC?
I do not know whether that person is associated with the GEC.
Just looking at what she wrote here on May 10th. Hello all. One more set of answers from participants. These in response to the question, what topics do you hope the workshop will cover? Correct?
Okay.
And if you go down to the bottom bullet point on this page, and if you look at the top one, it's about how to combat mis and disinformation, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And how to mitigate it once viral, correct?
Yes.
Bottom bullet point there says slow response to incidences escalated to service providers, right?
That's what it says.
So that's an expression of concern that the service providers aren't responding when people are raising concerns about content on their platforms.
Objection, speculative.
Is that what it seems to say?
I don't see a reference to content.
So what incidences might be escalated to service providers that don't relate to content on their platforms?
Objection, hypothetical, and speculative.
You may answer.
Slow connectivity, malfunctions on the platform, any number of things. I don't see any reference to specify what type of incidents here.
Okay, can you turn to the next page? There's a reference there at the top bullet point to fact-checking techniques and how to identify disinformation and misinformation, correct?
Yes.
Does GEC work with any fact-checking organizations?
Yes, I believe it does.
What does it do? What sort of work does it do with fact-checking organizations?
I believe the GEC has supported fact-checking organizations outside of the United States.
Has the GEC ever supported fact-checking organizations inside the United States?
I don't believe so.
Has the GEC ever worked with fact-checking organizations that are used as fact-checkers by social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Google, and so forth?
Objection. Vague.
What do you mean by used by?
Well, do the social media platforms consult with the fact-checkers on their own?
Objection. Speculative.
I don't know what the social media companies do with fact-checking.
What fact-checkers do you work with?
I believe the Pointer Institute is the only one I recall. I don't recall the specific organizations.
Yeah, where's that located?
I don't recall.
Is that a foreign or domestic fact-checking organization?
I don't recall anything beyond the name.
Okay, how do you remember that? In what connection do you remember that name?
I remember it coming up in either a meeting or a document. I don't remember the specific context.
Do you remember how GEC works with them?
No, I don't remember the specifics.
Do you have any understanding of how GEC works with fact-checking organizations in general?
I believe it would be identifying an organization that works in a location where a foreign propaganda and disinformation actor like Russia or China would be active and supporting them in some fashion.
What kind of fashion?
Support could range from a grant or a financial support to information sharing or training in tools and techniques.
Okay, so information sharing, would that be identifying narratives and things like that they should be aware of?
I don't know what the specific, information sharing would be.
So you don't know what kind of information would be shared between GEC and international fact-checking organizations, or any fact-checking organization? Fair to say?
No, I wasn't involved in the direct back and forth, so I can't speak to the specifics.
Who was involved on GEC side by title?
I don't know.
Do you know what team would have engages with fact-checking organizations?
It would have been one of the three nation-state focus teams, so probably the Russia, China, or Iran team.
Next bullet point down, second one on the page. Proven techniques to take down these articles. Does that and the effectiveness of fake news checkers, right? So a topic's being raised by this State Department person for discussion from, I take it, the CSIRT participants about how to take down these articles relating to misinformation and disinformation, correct?
Objection. Mischaracterizes, well, a lack of foundation and assumes evidence on the record and mischaracterizes document.
Is that what it says?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, and does GEC, you talked a lot about tools and techniques. Does GEC have information about how to take down, techniques to take down these articles?
No, not generally. The GEC doesn't flag and take things down.
Do you know what this state official is referring to when she talks about proven techniques to take down these articles?
Objection.
No,
Speculative.
No, I don't see the context.
Okay. Lower on down there, international takedown requests, 3 bullet points down, correct?
Yes, I see that.
Do you know what that refers to?
I don't see any additional context here.
So you don't know what, are you aware of there being international takedown requests presented to social media platforms?
I'm aware that international governments would sometimes reach out with requests. I know that it's an issue. It's not one that generally involves the GEC.
What are international governments?
Government of any other country.
Okay, so a government of a foreign country.
A foreign government might reach out to a social media company.
And ask them to take something down.
Right.
But you're saying GEC doesn't do that?
No. That's what I believe this refers to, international takedown requests. So a request from a foreign government to a social media company to remove something.
Can you give me I think this is going to be Exhibit 11 that you're being handed. Do you have Exhibit 11 in front of you?
I do.
And this is an email chain, or actually, I guess it's a multiple email change involving CISA and the GEC from 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At the bottom of the first page, you see there's an email from a state official called Alex Dempsey. Do you see that?
I do.
Who's Alex Dempsey?
I believe he's on the I2C2 team, so the Interagency Coordination Cell.
So he's a GAC official. Sorry.
Yes, I believe he's a member of the GEC.
And if you flip to the second page, it looks like he has flagged a, quote, disinfo campaign on YouTube targeting a DS officer. What's a DS officer? Do you know?
I believe it'd be diplomatic security.
Okay, what's a diplomatic security officer?
A member of the diplomatic security office at the State Department.
So would that be somebody who's like working in an embassy abroad, or somebody who's here in Washington D.C., or
It could be either.
Okay, but it's a state employee of some kind.
Yes.
Okay, and who's involved in? Okay, and it says claiming she brought COVID-19 to something in an athletic competition, right?
Right.
Yeah, and without mentioning this person's name, he identifies who, what, when, where, and why, right?
Objection, vague, assuming evidence not on the record.
Well, I'm just reading who, what, when, where, and why from Mr. Dempsey's email. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I don't
so
see
he
the why.
identified
I see who,
the
what,
why, okay.
when, where, and why, yes.
And then the where is online, and he links a YouTube video.
Yes.
And what is a targeted disinformation campaign against a state official, correct?
Yes.
And then down there in the why, it talks about there's a false narrative being pushed online about this person, and there's a YouTube channel run by Americans falsely claiming that she is, quote, patient zero, and that as a U.S. Army reservist, she brought COVID-19 to Wuhan during an athletic competition, correct?
Yes.
Is there a theory out there that COVID-19 originated or spread at an international athletic competition in Wuhan during the fall of 2019?
Apparently, according to the information here.
Okay, and so Mr. Dempsey of the GEC forwarded this to CISA, right? Do you know who Robert Shaw is?
No.
He calls Rob.
No.
Do you know who Brian Scully is?
I believe Brian Scully was either at or was the head of the disinformation office at CISA.
That's what we've described earlier as the mis, dis, and malinformation team.
Right. It was initially, I think, a task force, and it was subsequently renamed as the mis, dis, and malinformation team.
And Brian Scully here, about a third of the way down the first page, has a CISA.dhs.gov email address, correct?
Yes, correct.
So Alex Dempsey's email is taken by Brian Scully at CISA and forwarded to two Facebook officials, correct?
Yes.
They have fb.com emails there.
Yes.
And Scully says to these two officials, please see the below reporting from our State Department GEC colleagues, Global Engagement Center colleagues. That's your unit, right?
Yes, that's the global.
Okay, about a disinformation on YouTube targeting a diplomatic security officer. About disinformation on YouTube targeting a diplomatic security officer, correct?
Yes.
And then one of the Facebook officials responds and says, thank you so much for this. Have flagged for our internal teams. Correct?
Yes.
And so this was a report from the GEC to CISA about a disinformation campaign run by Americans, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
According to the bold paragraph Y on the second page.
Again, objection, lack of foundation.
It says here that the channel is run by Americans. I don't know about the campaign.
So it's the content that he's complaining about is on a channel, a YouTube channel run by Americans, correct?
That's what the email says,
And
yes.
this gets sent to CISA, who forwards it on to Facebook, who says, we have flagged this for our internal teams, correct?
Objection, speculative, lack of foundation.
Is that what the email says?
The email went from the Global Engagement Center to CISA to Facebook.
Okay. And does CISA describe itself on its website as, quote, routing disinformation concerns to social media platforms?
Objection, speculative.
I don't know how they describe themselves on their website.
Were you aware of this incident when it happened?
I believe I was aware of the YouTube video. I don't know that I was aware or on the emails here. I do recall the disinformation involving a diplomatic security officer. I do recall that.
And this incident in 2020 is different than the 2018 incident you described this morning, where there was a threat to the life of someone abroad, right?
They are separate incidents.
Yeah, this is 2 years later. It's a completely different incident.
Completely different.
Are you aware of, what was your knowledge of this incident when it happened? Did they ask you for authority to flag this for CISA, or did you hear about it afterwards? What was your knowledge at the time?
I believe I was aware that there was a disinformation campaign involving a diplomatic security officer. I don't see myself on these emails, and I don't recall whether I was in the internal discussion that led to this chain.
Did you authorize anyone to raise this with CISA so that they could flag it for social media platforms?
I don't recall that.
Do you know one way or the other whether you did that?
I don't recall.
If you flip ahead through this email chain, see the next page, 7671.
Okay.
Scully at CISA takes the same email chain and forwards it on to Twitter as well, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I see that here.
Yeah. And Twitter just responds, thank you, Brian, correct?
Yes.
Then flip ahead to page 7675.
Okay.
This is the Alex Dempsey email raising this who, what, when, where, and why is forwarded by Scully onto Google as well, right?
Again, objection, lack of foundation.
At the top of the page, without mentioning the name, it's Brian Scully is forwarding this very Alex Dempsey email to a third social media platform, someone with a google.com email address, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that cover page, it says, please see below reporting from colleagues at the State Department Global Engagement Center about disinformation on YouTube regarding a diplomatic security officer, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say, it does appear the FBI has been notified, so you may also have heard from them, correct?
Yes.
Was this incident, did the GEC notify the FBI of this incident?
Go on.
I don't know.
Do you remember that at all?
I don't recall.
You don't remember any discussions with the FBI? I know you say you remember this incident at some level. Do you remember any interaction with the FBI relating to it?
I remember the incident. I don't recall which interagency entities were contacted.
Okay, some were, though, obviously. CISA.
Objection, mischaracterizing testimony.
Yes or no?
I'm seeing these emails, but I wasn't on these emails.
And you don't remember them?
I wasn't on these emails.
Did you authorize the sending of emails like this with respect to this incident?
I don't.
I was going to say objection asked and answered.
If you know.
I don't recall.
Looking down here at the bottom of this page, it's another copy of the same Alex Dempsey email to Rob Shaw. I can't remember, you said, do you know who Rob Shaw is?
No, I do not.
And he says, Rob, our leadership has asked that we share the below information with our IA counterparts, right?
Yes.
Who's our leadership, do you know?
Under the Y, I see listed Special Envoy Leah Gabriel, who would have been the highest ranking official in the office at the time. So if she authorized it, my authorization wouldn't be necessary.
Okay. Do you know if Leah Gabriel, and I think you testified about her earlier, you would have been reporting directly to her at this time, right?
Yes.
So we're talking about March 25th, 2020. She was the acting coordinator.
She was the appointed coordinator. She was not acting. She was the coordinator.
And you were the principal deputy coordinator at the time.
Yes.
And as you say, it looks like Leah Gabriel. In other words, let me ask you this, I know what you interpret. What do you remember? Do you remember Leah Gabriel authorizing people to flag this for CISA and the FBI?
I don't know.
Okay, and you don't know specifically who our leadership is, do you?
I don't know what our leadership refers to here. Down under the Y, it refers to Special Envoy Leah Gabriel.
There in the first sentence, could that be you? You don't remember?
It could be. It doesn't specify what our leadership means.
And you don't remember whether you made any authorization about this?
I don't.
Okay, and that later in that sense, it talks about share them with our IA counterparts. Do you know what IA stands for?
Interagency.
Okay. Are you aware of any other situations where anyone at the GEC flagged content on a YouTube channel run by Americans to CISA or a social media platform or the FBI as a disinformation campaign to be combated?
No, I'm not.
This is the only incident that you can recall at this time.
Objection, mischaracterizing testimony.
I'm seeing this in these emails, but I wasn't on these emails. I recall the video and the campaign. I don't recall the interagency communications here.
That whole campaign about the virus being spread at a international athletic competition in Wuhan, was that one of the China-related false narratives you talked about earlier?
I believe it was a minor, like a sub-narrative, because it involved like an athletic competition, but it wasn't one of the major narratives.
How about was it a Russian narrative?
I don't recall it as a Russian narrative.
You don't recall it as a major Chinese narrative or a Russian narrative?
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
I don't recall it as I recall it as a minor narrative.
Have you ever heard of the Election Integrity Partnership?
Yes.
What is that?
I don't recall the exact specifics of what it was.
What have you heard about it?
I read the section in the complaint.
Independent of the complaint, do you have any knowledge of the Election Integrity Partnership?
Independent of the complaint, I recall that it was an entity that someone at the GEC was in contact with. That's the extent.
Who at the GEC was in contact with it?
I believe it was a member of the Russia team. I think it may have been George Beebe on the Russia team.
How do you spell Beebe?
B-E-E-B-E.
B-E-E-B-E. First name George.
George.
G-E-O-R-G-E.
Right.
What makes you think it was him?
I seem to remember he was the individual who was engaged with the, what did you call it? It's the Election Integrity Partnership, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll call it the EIP from
EIP,
now on.
okay.
You remember that he was engaged in that? How'd you know that? How'd you know he was engaged with that?
I think it was sort of reported at a meeting. I don't recall the exact context.
Do you know who authorized him to be involved in it?
No, I don't know who authorized it.
Do you know what the nature of his involvement was? Like, what did he do with respect to the EIP?
No, I know he had some communication with them. I don't know the specifics of his involvement.
Okay, do you know what the EIP was?
Only broadly that it was a partnership to counter, I think, our involvement would have been foreign propaganda and disinformation focused on the election or elections.
Yeah.
I don't recall.
Do you know what Mr. Beebe or whoever it was? I take it you think it was Mr. Beebe, but you're not sure.
I think it was him, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Whoever was involved, your understanding is they'd been involved in flagging foreign disinformation relating to the election?
Objection, assuming evidence not on the record. Mischaracterizes testimony.
I don't recall the exact nature of their involvement.
Okay. So earlier when you said, our involvement would have been flagging foreign disinformation or raising foreign disinformation concerns, what's your basis for that?
I said our involvement would have been related to foreign propaganda.
Okay.
And the basis for that is the GC's mandate.
In other words, that's what the GC does generally, but you don't have any specific knowledge of what Mr. Beebe did with respect to the EIP?
No, I don't recall anything specific about what he did.
Do you know who authorized the GEC to be involved in the EIP at all?
Objection, assumes evidence not on the record.
I don't.
Did someone authorize it, or did Mr. Beebe just kind of do it on his own?
I don't recall who authorized it.
Okay. Can I have P? This is going to be, I think, Exhibit 12. Is that right? 12?
Mr. Sauer, the water's now starting to drip towards the table. Do you want to take a 2-minute break to wipe off the...
That didn't work very well.
we can get a napkin. I won't put this one in my manila folder.
You should have rubber bands.
We're going to ask the witness to read the entire document, and that'll be the 7 hours. I'm joking. But I do want to allow the witness, when you have something, when you have something that you're asking specifically, to allow the witness to have sufficient time to understand the context.
That's okay. Only a few pages that are... have you seen this report before?
I believe I've seen the cover of it.
Okay. In what connection did you see the cover of it?
It may have been a news thing. I don't recall the exact context.
Was it in context of a GEC meeting, or was it just, seeing it somewhere else?
It could have been both.
Okay. You just don't remember?
I don't. I think I did see media coverage, and it may also have come up at a GC meeting.
And is this the report that the EIP did about its activities in 2020 with respect to disinformation on social media?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
It's quite a lengthy report, about 292 pages, fair to say.
Yes.
Before today, have you read any of this?
I had glanced at the executive summary.
When did you do that?
I don't recall. I think it may have been when it came out, but I don't recall exactly.
And when it came out, I think, is that identified on the second page, or it just only says 2021. Third page, I think it says it came out in June 15th.
June 15th, 2021.
You think you looked at it at that time?
Or maybe after that. That was almost exactly when I was leaving the Global Engagement Center.
Did you look at it more recently, like, for example, before your testimony today?
I think I looked at the front, the cover.
The cover?
Yeah. I did not read the whole report. I did not read the whole report.
Well, let me kind of walk you through some questions, and obviously, if you haven't read it before, if you don't know the answer, if you don't know, you let me know. But just can you go to page V? That's the first page of the executive summary, Little Roman 5. There's in the bottom paragraph there's a statement that the EIP, this is the EIP talking about its own activities, quote, bridge the gap between government and civil society, and, quote, help to strengthen platform standards for combating election-related misinformation. Do you know, do you have any knowledge of helping strengthen platform standards for combating disinformation?
Objection, vague.
Do you know what they're talking about there?
No, I'm not going to. I can't interpret beyond the words here. I don't know.
Okay, higher up in the page it says dozens of federal agencies support this effort, including CISA. Do you know if CISA is involved in the EIP?
Objection, speculative.
If you know.
I don't know any of the specifics of CISA's involvement with the EIP.
Next page Little Roman 6. At the very top, it talks about how the EIP was formed to enable real-time information exchange between election officials, government agencies, and others, including social media platforms, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Do you know of any other arrangements for real-time information exchange between government agencies and social media platforms?
What could you be more specific?
Well, can you think of anything that you would describe as a real-time information exchange between government officials and social media platforms? Any arrangement?
What do you mean by real time?
Well, stuff that's anything that raises concerns as they're occurring on social media.
I'm not aware of any standing arrangement like that at the GEC. I can't speak to other parts of government.
At the bottom of this page, there's bullet points. You see there's 4 bullet points there. And the last one is delegitimization of election results. Do you see that?
Yes.
It talks about content aiming to delegitimize election results on the basis of false or misleading claims, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of Mr. Beebe raising concerns about delegitimization of election results?
No, I don't know. I'm not aware.
Or anyone else at GEC raising those kinds of concerns to the EIP?
Objection, lack of foundation.
No, I'm not aware of any of the specifics of interactions between GEC members and the EIP.
Next paragraph down, last line of the page, it says that of the tickets we, the EIP, processed, 72% were related to delegitimization of the election, correct?
That's what it says.
So it sounds like it was processing complaints that had to do with attacking the legitimacy of the 2020 election.
Objection, lack of foundation.
That's what it says here, yes.
John, Mr. Sauer, we've been going for an hour, so we should take a break sometime soon.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, let's take a...
That's fine. If the witness wants a break, we can do it. Can we keep it at 5 minutes or so?
Sure.
Because just to stay on, let's keep moving forward.
The time is 2:31 p.m. We're off the record. The time is 2:40 p.m. We are back on the record. Please proceed.
Still in Exhibit 12, can you flip ahead to page XI, Little Roman 11?
Okay.
Do you see there's a note there that lists about 15 social media platforms?
Yes.
Eyeballing that list, are you aware of anyone from the GEC interacting with anyone from any of those social media platforms in connection with the EIP?
Objection, lack of foundation. Speculative.
I'm not aware of any specific GEC interactions related both to the EIP and the platforms listed here.
Okay, so you anticipate my next question is you don't know of anyone at GEC reaching out to EIP in connection with any of these platforms. It's fair to say?
I don't have any information about anyone at the GEC reaching out to these platforms in connection with the EIP.
Do you have any specific information about GEC's involvement in the EIP?
Not that I recall. I recall a general engagement with the EIP. I don't recall the specifics of it.
Do you recall anything other than the fact that there was a general engagement with the EIP?
No, I recall that the GEC was engaging with the partnership, but I don't recall any specifics.
And you know, I know you mentioned Mr. Beebe. Do you know if there was more than one person or whether it was just one person?
I remember his name in connection with it, and we also had an individual who liaised on election-related issues, but I don't recall whether she engaged with the EIP.
What was her name?
Her name was Adele Rupee.
Is she still there at the GEC?
No.
What did she engage on election issues? You said she engaged on election issues. Right. Tell us what that involves.
She would attend interagency meetings on safeguarding the security of the elections. Okay,
and what agencies did she meet with?
I don't recall. It would be probably the full range of national security agencies.
And you say she attended interagency meetings on safeguarding the security of elections. Were those American elections specifically?
Yes, I believe so.
So we're not talking about elections in foreign countries. She was on meetings that discussed safeguarding the security of American elections. Fair
yes,
to say.
I believe so.
And you think she may have had some connection or involvement with the EIP?
Objection. Mischaracterizes testimony.
I simply don't know.
You don't know. And maybe I'm just forgetting. Why did you bring up her name just now? Because you thought she might have had that interaction?
Because she was the GEC person who held the portfolio on election security related issues.
Okay. What else was involved in that portfolio, the election security portfolio for GEC, other than going to interagency meetings with other federal agencies?
I believe it was almost entirely focused on interagency meetings.
Do you know if she raised concerns about election security in those meetings, or did she merely listen?
Objection, speculative.
I don't know the exact nature of her interactions in those meetings.
What other activities, if any, does the GEC conduct with respect to election security?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
The GEC, as I recall, was primarily in listening mode. Mm-hmm. On occasion, it might discuss, general Russian or Chinese or other, foreign disinformation actors, and as I've noted, the narratives or the tools and techniques that they use.
And would those be narratives, tools and techniques that relate to kind of destabilizing or disrupting American domestic elections?
Objection.
If you know.
I don't recall any specific narratives.
Okay. And you don't know whether that individual with the election security portfolio for GEC had any direct involvement with the EIP?
I don't know.
But you think that she may have because of the nature of her portfolio. This is election related. She was the election person, therefore she may have been involved in this.
Yes, that's possible.
Next page, XII, little Roman 12. Mm-hmm. List of contributors at the very bottom. It says that the EIP would like to thank Matthew Masterson. Do you know who he is?
No, I don't.
Have you ever heard that name before, to your recollection?
I don't know. Is he listed in the complaint? I don't really know.
Okay, I'm just curious if you know.
No,
next page, XIII, little Roman 13. Mm-hmm. There's acknowledgments, which are basically thanking the people who funded the EIP. Mm-hmm. Do you know who funded the EIP?
No, I don't.
Okay, and there's four entities involved in it. Were you aware of that are listed here?
Can you point us to where you're referring
Digital
to?
Research Forensic Lab of the Atlantic Council, in bold. Graphica, in bold. Stanford Internet Observatory, in bold. And University of Washington Center for an Informed Public, in bold. You see those four entities?
Yes.
Were you aware that they were involved in the EIP?
I'm only seeing this here. I don't recall who was involved in the EIP.
Okay. Well, then, down at the bottom of the page, last sentence, third line from the bottom. Researchers who contributed to the EIP also received partial support from the U.S. National Science Foundation, correct?
I see that here.
So that's government funding, at least in part, for the EIP, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that what it says?
I see what that's what it says here. Yes.
Were you aware are you aware of government funding for the EIP from any other source?
No.
Are you aware of government funding for the EIP from any State Department source?
No.
Are you aware of government funding or support for the EIP from anyone at CISA?
No.
Generally speaking, you don't know who funded it, essentially. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I don't know.
Were there ever any discussions at State about funding or supporting it that you recall?
I don't recall any discussions about funding or supporting it.
If you flip ahead a few pages to Arabic, page 2. Do you see at the beginning of the second full paragraph where it says the initial idea? Mm-hmm. The initial idea for the partnership, that's the EIP, came from 4 students that the Stanford Internet Observatory funded to complete volunteer internships at CISA, at the Department of Homeland Security, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that what it says?
I see that, yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And then were you aware of CISA interns originating the idea for this EIP?
No, I was not.
Did anyone at the State Department contribute to the origination of EIP?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'm not aware of any State Department involvement.
So it appears that it was partly funded by the government and that the idea was originated by government workers at the time, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Is that what it says?
Objection, mischaracterizing testimony.
I see what it says here.
Yeah. Go down further in that paragraph, and specifically, that's what it says, right? It says that it was originated by people who were working for CISA at the time, correct?
Objection, asked and answered, mischaracterizing evidence.
Is that what it says?
It says that Stanford funded the students to complete internships, not that CISA funded them. It says the Stanford Internet Observatory funded to complete.
Right, the internships were funded.
By Stanford.
Right, and they were volunteer internships at CISA. So CISA interns who were funded by Stanford originated the idea for the EIP. I'm just asking if that's what it says.
That is what it says here,
Gotcha.
yes.
Okay. Lower down the same paragraph, it says, this is especially true, right? You see that sentence? Actually, immediately before that, it says, no government agency in the United States has the explicit mandate to monitor and correct election mis- and disinformation, correct?
Yes.
And it goes on to say, this is especially true for election disinformation that originates from within the United States, which would likely be excluded from law enforcement action under the First Amendment and not appropriate for study by intelligence agencies restricted from operating inside the United States. Correct?
That's what it says.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you aware of any discussions at GEC of, setting up a collaboration with non-governmental third parties to engage in activities that the GEC would be prohibited from engaging in under the First Amendment?
Objection. To the extent this is asking for attorney-client information, I would instruct the witness not to answer. To the extent you can answer without.
I'm not asking for anything the lawyers told you in the context of representing you. I'm just asking for conversations with within the GEC about working with outside third parties to conduct activities that the GEC could not do because of First Amendment restrictions.
Again, objection. I'm instructing the witness not to answer, to include any attorney-client communication within the Department of State about what can and cannot be done.
I'm not asking for that. Go ahead.
Well, no, I'm instructing him not to answer about attorney-client communication to the extent he can answer that is outside of any legal advice received in the context of this question, he can answer them.
Outside of legal advice, I'm not aware of any conversations at the GEC that would involve any infringement on First Amendment rights.
Flip ahead to page 6, Arabic 6. You see there's a kind of list of the goals of the Election Integrity Partnership.
Yes.
Are you aware of the GEC having any input in the formulation of their goals?
Objection speculative. Asked and answered.
Are you aware?
No, I'm not aware of any GEC input into these goals.
Bottom left corner of this page or this diagram, you see it says flag policy violations for platforms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone at the GEC working with the EEP to flag policy violations for platforms?
Objection speculative. Asked and answered.
No, I'm not aware.
Flip ahead to page 8. It talks about how the EEP tracked its analysis topics and engaged it with outside stakeholder organizations using an internal ticketed workflow management system, correct?
Where is this?
I'm sorry, very bottom, full paragraph.
Okay.
Second sentence, or sorry, first sentence there.
Okay.
Third sentence there goes on to say tickets were submitted both by trusted external stakeholders as detailed in section .14 and internal EIP analysts.
Okay, it's detailed in section.
Section 1.4 and internal EIP analysts. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Do you know who the trusted external stakeholders were who were submitting tickets to the EIP?
Objection speculative. Asked and answered.
Do you know?
No, I do not.
There's a reference there to section 1.4 on page 11, right? There it identifies external stakeholders, correct?
Yes.
And there it starts saying the EIP served as a connector for many stakeholders and so forth, right? Mm-hmm. The next sentence, which is on page 12, first full sentence on page 12, said external stakeholders included government, civil society, social media companies, and news media companies, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the external stakeholders include some government entities, correct? According to the report. Is the GEC one of them?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Speculative.
I see the GEC listed here. Yes.
Down there under 4, you're getting ahead of me, down there under 4 major stakeholder groups, right?
Yes.
And those external stakeholders are the ones who are listed in the report as government partners, quote, could create tickets or send notes to EIP analysts, and they use these procedures to flag incidents or emerging narratives to be assessed for EIP analysis.
Objection. Mischaracterizes evidence. Lack of foundation.
You see where it says that in the first sentence of the first full paragraph on this page, exactly as I read it.
I do see that.
Okay. Was the GEC one of those government partners who could create tickets or send notes to EIP analysts and use those procedures to flag incidents or emerging narratives?
Objection. Speculative.
Do you know?
I don't know beyond what's written here.
Okay, and down there in the middle, that diagram in the middle where it identifies 4 major stakeholder groups. The first one is government, right?
Yes.
And there's 3 partners listed, the elections infrastructure, ISAC. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Then CISA, correct?
Yes.
And then GEC, correct?
Yes.
So the GEC is at least identified in this report as a major stakeholder group, correct?
It's listed as a member of a major stakeholder group, yes.
Right. It's one of 3 members of a major stakeholder group. And the report states that external stakeholders, trusted stakeholders, include government, correct? Up there at the top.
Yes.
And that those stakeholders, including government partners, could submit tickets to the EIC, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Did anyone authorize, do you remember anyone authorizing anyone at GEC to submit tickets to the EIP?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Mischaracterizes evidence.
No, I don't recall that.
Did you authorize that?
I don't recall authorizing it.
Who was in charge of, who was in charge of GEC during the period from, the 3 months prior to the 2020 election?
It would have been Coordinator Leah Gabriel.
Okay. Do you know if she ever issued any orders about the GEC of any kind?
If she issued any orders about the GEC of any kind?
Do you know if she did? Do you know if she gave any directive to anyone? Do you know if she gave any directive to anyone at GEC about EIP of any kind?
No, I don't.
Can you turn to the next page? You see how there's a section there called EI-ISAC?
Yes.
Do you know what EI-ISAC is?
No.
There it says the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, which is run by the Center for Internet Security. Do you know what that is?
No, I do not.
Are you aware of any relationship between the Center for Internet Security and CISA?
No.
Can you turn to page 17? Talks about, you see where there's platforms in the middle of the page. Under there it says the EIP established relationships with social media platforms to facilitate flagging of incidents for evaluation when content or behavior appeared to violate platform policies, correct?
Yes.
So the EIP wanted to facilitate flagging of incidents for evaluation when there appeared to be a content modulation policy. Is that what it's saying?
Objection, lack of foundation.
No, it's saying flagging of incidents for evaluation when content or behavior appeared to violate platform policies. It doesn't say anything about modulation.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone at the GEC flagging incidents for evaluation of any kind for social media platforms? Let me rephrase that. Are you aware of anyone at the GEC, quote, flagging of incidents for evaluation for social media platforms in any way?
Not that I recall.
Can you flip ahead to page 27?
Mm-hmm.
If you see under key findings, it says we processed 639 in-scope tickets.
Yes.
And then it says 72% of these tickets were related to delegitimizing the election results, correct?
Yes.
Then down at the bottom, it says 35% of the URLs we shared with Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube were either labeled, removed, or soft blocked, correct?
I see that, yes.
So their data indicates that they process hundreds of tickets, 72% of them related to delegitimizing of election results, correct?
Yes.
And then some sort of action was taken by the social media platforms, either labeling, removing, or soft blocking 35% of them.
Objection, lack of foundation. Speculative.
Yes, I see that sentence.
Did GEC have any involvement in seeking the soft blocking, removal, or other action against any content on the internet?
Objection, speculative, asked and answered.
I don't know of any GC actions of that type.
Can you go to page 30? They've got a kind of internal electronic communication chain here between a government partner, a platform partner, and an EIP member. Do you see that?
I do.
And the platform partner and government partner redacted over the person who was actually participating in the conversation. Do you know who those were?
Objection, speculative.
No, I don't.
If you go to page 33. Do you see in the second paragraph there at the bottom, there's a reference to the gatewaypundit.com?
Where is this?
Second paragraph, last sentence.
Yes, I see that.
And it says the top misinformation spreading websites were the Far Right Forum, the Donald.win, blah, 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 and the gatewaypundit.com, a far right news website.
I see that.
Have you ever heard of the gatewaypundit.com?
I may have. I don't recall any details.
Have you ever heard it discussed in any meetings with any government officials?
No, I don't recall.
And would it surprise you to learn it's cited 49 times in this report?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
I have no. It doesn't surprise me or not surprise me.
Okay. Do you remember any discussion of any kind relating to the Gateway Pundit and social media content relating to the elections?
No, I don't.
Go to page 35. Do you see there, right above the bold heading, tickets by fact-checking URLs, there's a paragraph?
Yes.
And the report states that last week hooted tickets based on whether they additionally related to COVID-19 narratives or had an element of foreign interference, correct?
Yes.
And it says, remember there were 639 tickets referred to earlier, do you recall that?
Yes.
And it says, interestingly, just 1% of the tickets related to COVID-19 and less than 1% related to foreign interference, correct?
Yes.
So if less than 1% related to foreign interference, it seems that over 99% of what the EIP was doing with its tickets related to stuff that's kind of outside what you've described as the mission of GEC. Is that fair to say?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative, asked and answered.
Is that fair to say?
No, because a foreign originated narrative can relate to anything. This is just talking about the narratives are related to foreign interference. A COVID-related narrative could originate with a foreign malign influence actor. This doesn't tell you anything about that. So no, I would disagree.
So you think that GEC could flag things for the EIP that wouldn't be related to foreign interference?
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
No, what I said is that a foreign disinformation narrative does not necessarily have to be related to foreign interference. The Russian propaganda and disinformation is not about Russian interference. It could be about COVID, it can be about anything. The foreign actor behind it and the subject of foreign interference, those two things are not equivalent. You cannot conclude that 99% of the narratives had no relation to a foreign actor just because they weren't related to foreign interference. They could be about anything and still originate with a foreign actor.
I gotcha. So, so that's a distinction between the originator of the narrative and the content of the narrative, fair to say, that you're drawing?
Yes.
Okay, so foreign interference tickets would relate to foreign interference in elections, or, go ahead.
The subject of the narrative and the foreign or non-foreign origination, the nexus to a foreign actor, are not necessarily related. You can't draw a conclusion about a nexus to a foreign actor and therefore the GEC mandate based on the focus of the narrative.
So in other words, you could have a COVID narrative that's false, has nothing to do with foreign interference, but it might be of concern to the GEC because it originates with China or Russia, for example.
Correct.
And there could be other narratives of that nature as well. Why don't you flip ahead to, let's flip ahead to page 38. Here's a graph there in the top part of the page, a bar graph.
Yes.
It says percent of tickets by organization flagged, right?
Yes.
And GEC is kind of there in the middle, right? Indicating that something between 0 and 10% of tickets were flagged by the GEC.
Well, it's in the middle of the graph, but it seems to be quite far down if you add up the percentages.
Right. Well, it's below Facebook and Twitter, for example, and well below the ISAC, correct?
Yes.
But it looks like that bar is somewhere between 0 and 10, right?
It looks like it's between 0 and 5.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that, too. Do you have any idea what was being flagged by GEC for the EIP?
No, I don't.
Okay. Turn the next page. Just a number there. Do you see towards the bottom of the page in the second to last paragraph? There's a reference to a web scraping tool and how they ran it on all 4,832 URLs in the tickets, right?
Yes, I see that.
So the 639 tickets involved a lot more than 639 URLs, correct?
Objection, speculative.
The relationship between the tickets and URLs is not clear to me here.
Page 42. Can you turn ahead to that, bottom of the page? Concerns by reporting collaborators, correct? Very last sentence. Other groups that reported tickets include the State Department's Global Engagement Center, correct?
Yes, I see
And
that.
again, you have no idea what those were. Is that fair to say?
I don't know what they were.
Do you know how this reporting was done? Do you know if there was like an online kind of platform to do it that you logged into, or?
I don't know anything about the mechanics.
Okay. Later on page 51, you need to read it. There's a reference to general concerns relating to mail-in ballots. It says that that constituted the most prominent type of misinformation assessed in the months leading up to Election Day. Have you ever heard discussions of that in the GEC in any connection?
No.
So you're not aware of any discussions or conversations within the GEC about, disinformation relating to the security of voting by mail?
No, I'm not.
Including such disinformation that might have originated as a foreign narrative or anything like that?
No, I'm not aware of any discussions within the GEC about disinformation narratives related to mail-in ballots.
Are you aware of any narratives relating to mail-in ballots that are disinformation?
Objection, vague.
You can answer.
I believe there were Russian narratives on the overall integrity of the elections. I don't recall all the specifics.
Do you know generally what those narratives said?
I don't recall the specifics.
Were those narratives discussed within the Russia team that you mentioned Mr. Bibi is a member of?
I don't know what the internal discussions of the Russia team were.
Do you remember anything about what they said about those narratives?
Objection asked and answered.
No, I do not.
you flip way ahead to page 183. The very middle paragraph of that page. It discusses their incident-related tweet data, correct?
Which paragraph is this?
Are you on page 183?
Yes.
It's the last paragraph before the heading Facebook and Instagram data collection.
Yes, I see it.
In there, it talks about, earlier I talked about how there were, thousands of URLs. It talks about the number of tweets affected. That last number is 21,897,364. 897,364 tweets, correct?
Yes, I see the number.
And is that a scope of how many tweets were affected by or considered by the EIP's tickets?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
It says that their incident-related tweet data included, the relationships are not entirely clear to me, included 5,888,771 tweets and retweets from ticket status IDs directly, 1,094,115 tweets and retweets collected first from ticket URLs, and 14,914,478 from keyword searches, for a total of 21,897,364 tweets. It's not entirely clear to me what that means.
Can you flip ahead to page 211? There's a chapter 6 called Policy. And there in the first paragraph, in the third line, it says, during the 2020 election, all the major platforms made significant changes to election integrity policies, correct?
Yes, I see the sentence.
And without, going to all the tabs, elsewhere in the report, they talk about how the EIP actually kind of pushed for those changes. Is that right?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
I haven't read the full report.
Okay. Are you aware of public statements to that effect, that the EIP advocated for more restrictive election integrity policies at the major social media platforms?
No, I didn't track the EIP's public statements.
Do you have any knowledge of the GEC being involved in advocating for more restrictive content modulation policies with respect to elections at social media platforms?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of anyone at the GAC being involved in any kind of, advocacy or argument relating to content modulation policies of any kind?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
Do you mean advocating to change their policies?
Correct.
No.
How about any discussion of content modulation policies at the GEC?
Objection.
Any discussion on
Content modulation policies at the GEC in any connection?
Objection, vague, ambiguous.
Can I ask you to clarify? I haven't heard the term content modulation before. I've heard content moderation. But
why don't I use content moderation?
Okay.
And you understand, to you, what does content moderation policy mean?
I'm not going to define, I don't know how the social media companies define that specifically.
How do you understand it? Go ahead.
Their terms of service.
And are there particularly their terms of service as it permits them to either de-emphasize, block, remove, or deplatform content that they deem to be inappropriate? Is that content moderation?
I don't know the specifics for each company, but it's, I believe, how they determine what is appropriate and inappropriate content on their platform.
And then take action against inappropriate content, correct?
Potentially.
Okay, and can I, for the purpose of my next line of questions with you, can we use it that way, as referring to the policies of the social media platforms by which they determine what's appropriate and inappropriate content, and potentially take some kind of action against inappropriate content?
With the caveat that I don't know specifically how the companies themselves define it.
Sure, and then my only question is, are you aware of that general issue, which we're calling content moderation policies, being discussed at the GEC in any connection?
No, the GEC didn't engage on the specifics of their content moderation policies.
Were there ever any discussions within the GEC about content moderation policies and how they might apply to, say, Russian, originated narratives?
Objection. To the extent this is asking for deliberative information within the GEC, I instruct the witness not to answer on privilege grounds. To the extent you can answer without getting into internal deliberations, you may answer.
For starters, can you identify whether you're aware of any such conversations without identifying the content of such conversations?
I'm not aware of conversations specifically focused on content moderation policies at specific social media companies.
Other than specifically focused, are you aware of conversations or discussions that address that issue in any way?
I think the only context would be the platforms periodically released public statements on campaigns they identified and things that they took down, and we looked at those public statements like everybody else. But that wasn't focused on the moderation policies. It was focused on how they were looking at foreign propaganda and disinformation actors.
Do you remember a specific public statement of that kind? Like, did Facebook ever say, hey, we've decided to take down, allegations that the U.S. government manufactured AIDS in a lab in the 1970s?
No, because each platform releases them regularly. There were. I don't remember a specific one, no.
But, so it happens frequently? And that's something you guys, it happens frequently?
Yes. I don't remember the frequency at each social media company, but they release them periodically.
Why do you track that information?
Objection. Assuming mischaracterizing testimony and vague. You said that information.
Why do you track the information that is released by the social media companies?
It's publicly released information that's also covered in the media, and we look at it to stay informed about the tools, techniques, and campaigns of foreign propaganda and disinformation actors.
Do you know whether the EIP is still functioning?
I don't.
Do you know if they had activities that relate to the 2022 election that just finished on Tuesday?
I don't.
And do you know whether they plan to have, activity with respect to future elections like 2024?
No.
Do you know if GEC is still involved in the EIP in any capacity?
Objection. Assumes evidence on record. Lack of foundation. Vague.
Do you know?
No.
You do not know?
I do not know.
For example, Mr. Beebe, is he still at GEC?
I believe he is.
And then the other lady you mentioned, I can't remember her name.
Adele Rupi is no longer at the GEC.
She's no longer at the GEC, and you don't know if either they or anyone else is still interacting with the EIP in any way?
I don't, no.
If you're done with that exhibit, then can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah. I'll go through the remaining exhibits during the break and see what we can do to move forward.
Okay. Do you have a sense of, let's go off the record first.
All right. The time is 3:21 p.m. We are off the record. The time is 3:31 p.m. We're back on the record. Please proceed.
You're being handed Exhibit 13. It's just a one-pager. And this is a website called Facebook Content Requests. that says that this portal is for onboarded partner requests pertaining to content issues at Facebook and Instagram. Have you ever seen a website like this?
I don't believe so.
Are you familiar with anyone at GEC having authority to use a website that provides a kind of privileged or sort of line of communication with a social media platform?
Objection, lack of foundation, speculative.
Are you aware of any?
I'm not aware of any specific individual at GEC, no.
Have you ever heard of the phrase partner support portal?
No, not before you just used it.
Okay. Are you aware of certain social media platforms having lines of electronic communication or websites that their partners can log into to report issues relating to content on their platforms?
Yes, I'm aware that there are portals where users can, or anyone can report issues, I believe.
Are you aware of anyone at the GEC using any such portal?
I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any specific instance of someone using a portal like that.
Are you aware of any discussions with the FBI about a Russian hack and leak operation that was anticipated to occur in late 2020?
Objection. To the extent this is calling for law enforcement activity, then Mr. Kimmage is aware of any such law enforcement activity, I would instruct the witness not to answer. To the extent you can answer this without engaging in discussion of law enforcement or other deliberative information, you may answer.
I'm not aware of any specific discussion. Could you be more specific?
Sure. Did you hear at any time that the FBI had raised any kind of concerns relating to a Russian hack and leak operation, or hack and release operation, as I think how you described it earlier, in 2020?
Again, same objection. To the extent this is calling for internal deliberations or law enforcement information that is privileged, I instruct the witness not to answer. To the extent you can answer without revealing privileged information, you may proceed.
I don't recall, and I can't speak for FBI's concerns and activities in the period.
Do you recall? Do you recall there being any concern in any quarter about a hack and release operation that the Russians might employ in the 2020 election cycle?
Again, I instruct the witness, I instruct the witness to the extent this is calling for law enforcement information or even classified information. I instruct the witness not to answer. To the extent the witness can answer without divulging such information, the witness may proceed.
Given that reporting would have potentially occurred through classified channels, I don't feel that I can answer that in open discussion.
Let me tease that out a little bit. So, are you withholding any information in response to my question because of the instruction, the conditional instruction you received from your counsel?
No, I'm not aware of anything specific, but because communication on topics like this would have occurred generally through classified channels, I don't feel that I can answer that here.
So your answer to my question is no, you're not withholding any information on the grounds of privilege in responding to my question?
No.
That is not your answer. Sorry, let's...
Could you clarify that?
I just want to know, I asked you a question,
right,
and your lawyer said, to the extent that your answer raises classified information or law enforcement information, I instruct you not to answer. And you said, I'm not clear whether you know of something that relates to a hack and leak operation, but you're not going to tell me because you received a privilege instruction, or you don't know anything. Those are two totally different answers. Right. And I'm not asking for the content of any such communication, right? Because we get to that in a minute. I just want to know whether there is such a communication.
I'm not aware of anything specific.
Okay, so you're not withholding any information from me in response to my question
I'm not
as a
withholding
result
anything specific.
You're not withholding any information from them?
On grounds of privilege in response to that question.
I'm not withholding anything specific.
So you're not aware of any concern raised in any quarter about a Russian hack and release operation with respect to the 2020 election?
Could you be more specific? Is there a specific operation?
Well, if you've read our complaint, you may know there's allegations relating, or read some of our pleadings at least, you may know there's allegations that there were communications to certain social media platforms from the federal government that said we anticipate a Russian hack and release operation in October of 2020. So remember, there was the 2016 hack and release operation we talked about before, right? Are you aware of any, let me put it this way, are you aware of any communication between any federal official in any social media platform that related to any concern about a Russian hack and release operation that might or might be planned for the 2020 election cycle?
Are you asking about GEC?
No, I'm asking about any federal official. When I said any federal official.
I can't speak for any federal.
I'm just saying, do you know of them? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of any.
How about GEC? Are you aware of any GEC communication with any social media platform about any concern or anticipated Russian hack and release operation with respect to the 2020 election?
I don't recall any GEC communications about Russian hack and release operations.
How about State Department? Any communication from State Department?
I can't spek for the entire department.
Okay, but
I'm not
are you
aware.
aware?
No, I'm not aware.
Are you aware? How about CISA or DHS? Are you aware of any communications like that from that quarter?
I can't speak to their communications.
Are you aware?
I'm not aware of any.
And then how about the FBI? Are you aware of any communications from FBI or FIDF to any social media platform that relates to that?
I'm not aware, no.
Can you give me S? You're being handed Exhibit 14. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a transcript of a talk I gave in 2021.
Was this at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy?
Yes.
At the bottom of the first page, you talk about technology is woven into virtually aspect of this problem, and you're trying to stay ahead of the curve, right?
Yes.
And spilling onto the next page, you talk about counter disinformation technologies and their implementation.
Yes.
What are those? What are the counter disinformation technologies that you're talking about there and their implementation?
So as I detailed earlier, they could be software that would help to identify coordinated inauthentic activity by a foreign propaganda and disinformation actor.
Anything else other than tracking propaganda and disinformation?
There's a wide array of technologies. I can't list them all. There are many different technologies that can be applied to the
Can you give me a
problem.
better picture of what they're like? I know we had some discussion of this earlier, and I didn't come away with any real grasp of what these technologies are. And I'm not a techie person, so
Sure.
yeah. But can you clarify that at all?
So with the caveat that I'm also not a technology expert, it would be, a tool that could analyze data to cast light on how Russia or China is trying to manipulate online discourse. It could be a tool that raises awareness, for example, a game that people play to understand how disinformation is introduced by a foreign actor, something that raises their awareness. It could be a tool like that, for example. It could be a interactive website that shows Chinese investments in the tech sector, for example, to show how Chinese influence is expanding in the tech sector, and that is a computer, that is a technology-driven tool that helps to counter propaganda and disinformation, because of course China's propaganda is that they're not doing this. In fact, they are doing this, and when you're casting light on it with, for example, a data-rich website that would show that, you're countering their propaganda.
Lower down on that page, second paragraph from the bottom, you talk about your work in the context of the COVID crisis, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about how that COVID had involved a new wave of propaganda and disinformation, right?
Where does it say that?
I'm paraphrasing. It rapidly became clear that this would be an issue of global consequence, not simply in the scope of the crisis, but also in our area of propaganda and disinformation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about Russia pushing conspiracy theories. Do you know what those were? What were you talking about there?
Yeah, as I detailed earlier, they were propaganda narratives and disinformation narratives about the origins of the virus, about the efficacy of U.S. and Western developed vaccines, about the efficacy of Russian vaccines. These were propaganda narratives that Russia sought to use in the context of the pandemic.
And you go on to say, we saw the People's Republic of China suggesting various false and nefarious narratives about the origin of the virus. Do you remember what, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember what those narratives were, or are?
Some of them alleged a U.S. role. I don't recall the specifics, but along the lines of the notorious KGB operation alleging a U.S. government role in the creation of the AIDS virus, there were Chinese propaganda narratives that suggested some sort of U.S. role, and there were Russian narratives that suggested the same things.
What was that? What role did China say, or Chinese actors say, that the U.S. had in the origin of the virus?
Objection calls for a narrative response.
With the caveat that I don't recall all the specifics, it would be that U.S. medical research led to the creation of a virus. There are many different narratives. It would be alleging some nefarious U.S. government role.
That the government, so you said U.S. medical research funded by the government. Is that a narrative that the Chinese propagated?
Objection mischaracterizes testimony.
It's a narrative that I know Russian propagandists have used. I don't recall whether Chinese propagandists used that specific narrative. I know Russian propagandists did.
What Chinese specific narratives do you remember about the origins of the virus? You got a robust reference to them here, and I just wondered if I could get my hand around what you're talking about.
The primary Chinese narratives, as I recall, were really about how well China responded to the pandemic compared to Western countries. But I also recall that they disputed and suggested alternative theories for the emergence of the virus, and some of them alleged a nefarious U.S. government role.
Do you remember what that role was that they alleged?
No, I don't remember the specifics.
What did these narratives say about the first thing you said, which had to do with how the Chinese response was more successful?
It would be touting how quickly China responded, how effectively they responded, and contrasting that with, for example, Western countries like Italy that struggled initially in dealing with the virus.
And was that disinformation? Is it in fact false that China did a better job of responding to the virus?
This would be more propaganda, where they are selectively highlighting things that are not necessarily false, but in the context are misleading. So this is the distinction between propaganda and disinformation.
Can you flip to the next page? At the top there, very top of the page, at the bottom of that first paragraph, you say, finally, we provided rapid response grants to local organizations on the front lines, fighting the adversarial narratives of the COVID infodemic, as some have called it. What's involved there?
I believe we had a program with several embassies abroad where we provided rapid response grants to foreign organizations fighting generally Russian and Chinese propaganda and disinformation in their local environments.
So those grants went to foreign entities abroad?
Yes.
And what sorts of entities would get them? Would they be like local news stations, or who was fighting the COVID infodemic abroad?
Generally, they would be civil society organizations or potentially research organizations.
What's a civil society organization?
A non-governmental organization that is focused on a particular issue.
Yeah. Halfway down this page, at the bottom of that middle paragraph, you say, I would note in the counterterrorism context an increasing focus on racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism, or MV. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about there? What are you referring to?
I'm referring to extremist organizations that are promoting white supremacy or similar racially and ethnically motivated narratives to justify violent extremism.
And is that something that the GEC kind of tracks or monitors or pays attention to?
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
It's a question. Is it something?
The counterterrorism team at the Global Engagement Center looks at violent extremist organizations abroad and how they seek to recruit people. And as there has been an upswing in the activity of groups focused on racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism, the Global Engagement Center's counterterrorism team has begun. The Global Engagement Center's counterterrorism team has begun to look at those groups.
You say are those strictly groups abroad, or does that include domestic violent extremist groups?
Those are groups abroad.
Okay. Does the Global Engagement Center have any role with respect to tracking or paying attention to domestic, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremist groups?
No, it does not.
What agency does that?
Objection.
If you know.
Lack of foundation. Speculative.
The federal law enforcement and federal and local law enforcement agencies.
Turning to the next page. In that second to last paragraph in the second line, there's another reference to the Disinfo Cloud, and you describe it as sharing findings and information on disinformation-related challenges, correct?
Yes.
And it describes the platform, and I guess you're saying this in early 2021, right? Mm-hmm. Describes the platform as having 1,200 members and has assessed 70 tools, right? 70 tools, Tools. Do you know who those members were? It's a lot of members. Is this just anyone who wants to access that webpage, who seeks and receives authority to do so?
So as I explained earlier, the members of the Disinfo Cloud would include some representatives of government agencies, some developers in the tech sector, and I believe some researchers as well.
And you go on later in that paragraph to say, we have established a liaison in Silicon Valley with the purpose of sharing lessons learned and developing two-way communications about foreign disinformation and propaganda with our partners in the technology industry, correct?
Yes.
Is that a reference to the Silicon Valley location we talked about earlier?
Yes, it is.
So that's a reference essentially to Mr. Stewart?
Yes, it is.
Or is there anything else that falls in that bucket of two-way liaison with Silicon Valley?
Could you clarify?
Well, your statement there about establishing a liaison in Silicon Valley and developing two-way communications with technology companies, is that referring to anything other than Mr. Stewart being located out there, as we talked about earlier?
The two-way communications would involve more than just Mr. Stewart, but the liaison position was, of course, developed for that purpose.
So that liaison you're referring to is, in fact, Mr. Stewart in these remarks?
Yes.
And I can't remember, I think you said he's gone now? He's not at GEC anymore, or do you not remember?
Yes, I believe he's left the GEC.
Has someone replaced him out in Silicon Valley? Is someone liaising there now?
I don't think there is no one from the GEC who's based in Silicon Valley now.
Was Mr. Stewart the last one? Or did someone else, did anyone else ever hold that role of the Silicon Valley liaison based out in California?
I don't think anyone held the role based in California.
Other than Mr. Stewart, you mean? And Mr. Stewart was based in California, wasn't he? He said that in the emails.
Yes, I believe he was the only GEC employee to be based in California.
When you're talking about these liaison with tech companies, is part of the purpose there to, partner with the tech companies to stop the spread of disinformation online?
No.
Oh, yeah, go on.
No, the purpose is, as stated here, to share lessons and develop two-way communications. The actions that they take are for the tech companies. The GEC is sharing lessons learned, information about the techniques, the campaigns, the narrative of foreign propaganda and disinformation actors.
Is it a purpose of GEC more generally to, partner with private tech firms to stop the spread of disinformation on social media?
It's the purpose of the GEC to engage with the tech industry and other partners to counter propaganda and disinformation. It's not dictating a specific action that they would take.
But is it a purpose of that? You said to counter, and earlier you described counter can involve a number of things. For one thing, counter can be a refutation, for example, right? And your disinformation bulletins refer to some of the difficulties and talk about Lithuania and so forth. Another way of countering disinformation might be to, as you say in some of those bulletins, to attack the credibility of the person spreading it, right? That'd be another way to counter. And then the third way to counter would be to stop it from spreading in the first place, right? Those are three different things, correct?
That's correct. Those are three different things. You can also raise awareness. You can conduct what's called an inoculation campaign by making people aware of the types of campaigns. These are all tools in the toolbox.
Okay, and is one of those tools that could be in the toolbox to stop the spread?
Objection, vague.
Just asking.
Well, I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
Could you clarify what you mean by stop the
Well,
spread?
what does that mean to you, to stop the spread of disinformation on social media?
It could cover a huge range of things. It could, if there's an effective refutation out there that people read and find compelling, they may stop sharing the propaganda and disinformation, and that could stop the spread. Could you clarify what you mean by
Why don't you give me T? Why don't we look at Exhibit 15. Have you seen this document before?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you involved in drafting it?
I was not involved in drafting it.
Did you have any input in its formulation?
I believe I reviewed it, but I didn't draft it or formulate it.
When you reviewed it, did you provide any input or edits or suggestions?
I don't recall whether I provided input or suggestions.
And this is titled Functional Bureau Strategy for the Global Engagement Center, right?
Yes.
And it's dated May 17th of 2022 this year.
Yes.
Who did draft this?
I don't know.
Is it and it's on the GEC's website, right?
Actually, let me correct what I just said. If this was released in May 17, 2022, I may not actually have reviewed this version. This is a document that I believe is periodically updated, and just because I was not at the Global Engagement Center in 2022, I don't think that I would have reviewed this. I would have reviewed a previous version. So I didn't notice the date until just now.
So this date would have been when you were at the National Defense University?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Well, can you turn to, how about to it's labeled page 2 of 17. It's really the 4th page of the document.
Okay.
And then there's a paragraph 2 there that starts in the middle of the page called Counter Disinformation Technology.
Yes.
And it talks about how technology plays an important role in the problems and solutions of propaganda and disinformation. And the GEC works with government and private sector stakeholders to identify the needs and available tools to counter foreign propaganda and disinformation, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Is that all a fair and accurate description of GEC's mission or goals?
Jeez. Yes, I believe so.
And the next sentence says, wherever possible, the GEC promotes integration of appropriate technology or technologies to support the mission. Do you know what that's talking about?
With the caveat that I was not, with the caveat that I don't believe I was involved in the drafting or approval of this document, I believe it's a reference to using technology to carry out the GEC's mission of countering propaganda and disinformation by foreign state and non-state actors.
And the next sentence says the GEC also partners with private technology companies to stop the spread of disinformation on social media, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
What's it referring to?
Objection speculative.
How does the GEC partner with social media companies or private technology companies to stop the spread of disinformation on social media?
I believe that would be through meetings to discuss, to share information about the tools and techniques and campaigns and narratives of foreign propaganda and disinformation actors, to deepen the understanding of those campaigns and actors for the technology companies.
How does deepening their understanding help stop the spread of disinformation?
It can help them to identify, for example, coordinated inauthentic activity, or to understand what these actors are trying to achieve, to understand the types of narratives they are promoting, to understand the actors, the proxies, the tools. For example, as listed in the Pillars of Disinformation report, the elements in the Russian propaganda ecosystem. All of those things are important elements of understanding the problem.
And so it promotes, I think you said it helps them identify certain aspects of the problem and understand aspects of the problem. How, if the technology companies identify and understand those aspects of the problem, does that stop the spread of anything?
Objection speculative.
Solving the problem has to start with understanding the problem, the elements of the problem. The Global Engagement Center has an important function. It's laid out in its congressional legislation to identify and track what foreign propaganda and disinformation actors are doing, and releasing, for example, a public report on what Russian propaganda is promoting that doesn't in and of itself stop it, but it equips people, it equips potentially technology companies to better understand it so they can take whatever actions they would take to stop the spread.
What actions could technology companies possibly take to stop the spread once they've been educated with this understanding you've described?
Objection speculative.
I can't speculate about all the things a technology company can do.
Well, what do you, your document or GEC's document says we partner with them to stop the spread. You've recounted in detail how you educate them and advance their understanding and identification. I don't get the next step. How does it stop the spread?
Objection asked and answered.
With the caveat that I don't believe I was involved in drafting this document, including the specific wording of stop the spread. But for example, you can label state-owned media as being state-owned media. I know that some social media companies have labeled Russia Today as this is a Russian state-owned entity. And by labeling it, and for example, this is something that's listed in the Pillars of Disinformation report that the GEC released. You can then label that, and as people see that, hopefully they'll be less likely to forward it or share it, and that will help to stop the spread.
So applying labels, in other words, GEC doesn't apply labels to anything on social media, correct?
No.
But it gives information to the tech companies, and then they apply labels to things, or they can, if they want to, apply labels to things to help stop the spread. Is that a fair characterization?
In the case that I mentioned, the GEC is not giving the information specifically to tech companies. The Pillars of Disinformation report was a public report that anyone can access, anyone all over the world, including a tech company, can access.
Okay, but that's your example. I'm really talking about what they're saying here in the document, where it talks about partnering with private technology companies. That, Russian disinformation report that was made available to the whole world, that's not a specific partnership with a private technology company, correct? I'm wondering how partnering with private technology companies and having these meetings, like your meeting with Twitter in 2021 and the other meetings that Mr. Stewart set up and so forth, how do those, and you've described that those meetings are involved in a kind of information sharing and educational function, how do they stop the spread?
Just to repeat, they help to deepen the understanding so that a technology company, just like a user, can take action, and they take whatever action they deem is necessary. The Global Engagement Center does not tee up actions for social media companies to take.
Did Mr. Dempsey ever tee up an action for a social media company to take?
I don't know about Mr. Dempsey.
Alex Dempsey, remember him from the 2020 email chain we talked about earlier?
I don't believe that chain teed up an action. I don't believe it recommended an action.
So you don't view that Alex Dempsey chain as teeing up an action, fair to say?
Objection, mischaracterizing the evidence.
I'm asking how he views the evidence. You do not view that Alex Dempsey chain as teeing up an action for social media companies?
Objection, lack of foundation, mischaracterizing the evidence.
I'm asking how he views the evidence.
Did it request a specific action?
I'm asking you whether you view it as teeing up an action.
I don't recall that it requested a specific action.
So do you view it as not teeing up as something for a specific action?
Objection asked and answered.
That's just.
I don't recall it requesting a specific action.
Is it your view that if there is a meeting between the GEC and social media platforms where no specific action is requested, then you haven't teed up anything for action?
Yes, I don't believe that the GEC requested specific actions of social media companies.
Could the GEC give social media companies, for example, a briefing about how content on their platforms is, violative of their platform policies without requesting removal?
Objection, vague.
The GEC would not brief a social media company on their policies.
Would it brief them on information that would relate to violations of their policies?
Could you clarify that?
Let me ask the question differently. Did anyone associated with the GEC ever flag content on a social media platform with the intent of alerting them to information that violates their policies?
Objection, speculative and vague, ambiguous.
The only specific example that I recall is the one that I gave you earlier about a threat to U.S. personnel at a facility abroad.
That's the 2018 example you talked about.
Yeah, I believe it occurred in 2018.
Do any of the, there was a reference in your previous statements to the 70 tools on the Disinfo Cloud. Do any of those tools relate to content modulation in any way? Or sorry, content moderation, using the definition that you and I agreed to a little while ago. Do any of those tools have any relationship with content moderation?
I'm not familiar with the specifics of all the tools.
You don't know are you aware of any tools that do relate to content moderation?
None that I can recall.
Are you aware of any tools that would, if used by a social media platform, make it easier for them to identify content to moderate?
Objection, vague, ambiguous, speculative.
I don't know enough about the specifics of how they conduct content moderation to say what tools would or would not be useful.
Some of the tools, at least, are designed to assess content that's out there on social media and try to identify foreign malign narratives within it, right?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I thought that's what you said earlier.
I don't recall. I was giving an example of what might be a tool. I don't recall the specific tools on the platform.
So you don't recall the specifics of any tool on that platform?
No, it was. I was not an active user of the platform. No.
Can I have W? I think it's going to be Exhibit 16. Or 17? 16.
Sorry, you said 16?
Yeah, is this, I think we're at 16.
Yeah, 16.
Do you see this exhibit?
I do.
It's October 17th, 2022. Remarks to the press by Secretary Blinken, the Secretary of State.
Yes.
Were you aware that he made these comments? Or is this
Not these specific comments, no.
Can you turn to the second page?
Okay.
Second full paragraph. After a paragraph discussing collaborations with Stanford and partnerships with Silicon Valley and so forth, the Secretary says, we also have to be the ones who are at the table, who are helping to shape the rules, the norms, and the standards by which technology is used. Do you know what the Secretary is referring to there?
Objection, speculative.
Do you know?
I don't know specifically. I believe he's referring to international organizations.
Okay, so what do international organizations do to help shape the rules, the norms, and standards by which technology is used?
I'm not specifically familiar. The GEC was not a policy and is not a policy shop, so I'm not specifically familiar with the international organizations that shape the rules and norms.
Are you aware of any efforts by the GEC to help shape the rules, the norms, and standards by which technology is used?
As I said, the GEC is not a policy shop. It does not have the lead on policy issues like this.
Are you aware of any role of the GEC at all on that?
To the extent that the GEC has a role, I think it would be informing the discussion through insight into the actions of malign propaganda and disinformation actors. It's not a policy office.
How about elsewhere in the State Department? What State Department office would be involved in helping to shape the rules, the norms, and the standards by which technology is used?
Objection, speculative.
I believe there's a new office. I don't recall the name. There's a change in this area. You'd have to ask my colleagues at the department, but I believe there is a new office specifically for technology policy.
Was there a predecessor to that office that you're familiar with?
I believe that previously there were two offices, and I don't recall those specifics. We were not a policy shop or a direct participant in policy debates.
That technology policy office, is it involved in interfacing with social media platforms?
Objection, speculative.
I don't know what their interactions are.
Can you flip ahead 3 more pages? So on the 5th page of the document, and you see there's a question from someone called Janelle, where she asks, Stanford is one of the leading institutions to combat misinformation research and pointing out propaganda narratives and how they spread. Are you familiar with Stanford having that role?
Objection, speculative.
I'm familiar with I think it's called the Stanford Internet Observatory.
Is that the SIO?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you know about them? How are you familiar with them?
I'm familiar with them as a well-known research organization, like I think there's the Oxford Internet Institute. There are a number of these research entities.
Does GEC work with the SIO, the Stanford Internet Observatory, in any way?
I don't recall whether we have a specific interaction with a specific partnership with the Stanford Internet Observatory.
So you don't know if there's any, in what connection are you familiar with them?
My general familiarity with researchers and research in the field.
How do you get familiar with researchers in the field? Do you read their reports, or do people in GEC talk about stuff that they're saying? Does GEC rely on their reports and in the research that it does, or explain that?
Objection, ambiguous, vague.
In compound?
Compound. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I follow the news in research on issues related to the GEC's mandate, and I note some of the research institutes that are producing it.
But do you know of any direct involvement between any GEC people and the Stanford Internet Observatory?
I don't recall whether there was a direct partnership. I simply don't recall.
How about the Atlantic Research Council? Have you ever heard of them?
The Atlantic Council?
Yeah, Atlantic Council.
Right.
Who are they exactly?
It's a Washington, D.C. based think tank.
Is it government funded or privately funded or a mix, or do you know?
It's a mix, I believe.
Okay. And does GEC have a relationship with them?
So I'm recused from starting in, I think, early 2019. My wife is an employee at the Atlantic Council, so I recused myself from any Atlantic Council related discussions in 2019. She's at the Eurasia Center at the Atlantic Council.
Okay. How about Graphica with a K? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
What are they exactly?
I believe they're a private sector entity that does research in this area.
Are they based in D.C. or where are they based?
I don't recall where they're based.
Are you aware of GEC having a relationship with Graphica?
I don't recall whether the GEC has a direct relationship with Graphica.
Okay. How are you familiar with them?
I'm familiar with their general research. I believe they release public reports, and I would see those the way I would see reports that the Stanford Internet Observatory would release.
Any other direct relationship between GEC and them?
Not that I recall.
Turning back to the document here on the 5th page, the reporter asked the secretary, how do you envision the cooperation between the State Department and institutions like Stanford in combating the spread of propaganda, and how does this fit within the recently released national security strategy, correct?
Yes.
And the secretary talks about Stanford doing remarkable work on that, and we want to be sure we're benefiting it because it's a day-to-day battle of combating misinformation and disinformation, right?
Right.
And he refers specifically to your unit, right? He says we have something called the Global Engagement Center that's working on this every single day, correct?
Yes.
And that work is inspired by work that's being done in academia, including here at Stanford, as well as where appropriate collaborations, right?
Yes.
So is he talking about your work, the GEC's work, being inspired by work done there at Stanford?
Objection, speculative.
I believe he's talking about academic research that helps to inform the work of the Global Engagement Center.
And are there, when he talks about appropriate collaborations, are you aware of any collaborations between the GEC and academia?
Objection, speculative.
Including but not limited to Stanford?
The GEC engages regularly with researchers on foreign propaganda and disinformation, some of whom are in academic institutions.
Including the SIO, Stanford Internet Observatory?
I believe so. I'm not aware of the specifics of the interactions with all the institutions, but yes, like the SIO.
But you believe there are, so in other words, you don't know specifically whether there is direct interactions with the SIO, but generally it's ordinary for the GEC to have direct interactions with research institutions like the SIO.
Objection, vague. Assumes evidence on record.
Correct.
The GEC stays abreast of current research in the field and meets periodically with researchers. Yes.
Okay, and then the secretary goes on to say one of the things we have to do is to make sure that we're using technology itself to deal with some of the downsides of technology when it's misused, including when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. Mm-hmm. Do you know what he's talking about? How is the State Department using, or the GEC, which he's referred to 2 sentences earlier, using technology itself to deal with the downsides of technology when it comes to misinformation and disinformation?
Objection, speculative.
So I don't know specifically what the Secretary is referring to here, but the technology engagement team at the Global Engagement Center engages with people who are developing tools that would help to identify and counter propaganda and disinformation. I believe those are the types of engagements that he's referring to.
Counsel, do you know how much?
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay.
And I'll use that time to go through and see whether and to what extent I have more to go over. So
The time is 4:19 p.m. We're off the record.
it was the OIG report. But
The time is 4:32 p.m. We're back on the record. Please proceed.
Plaintiffs have no further questions for this witness at the time.
Defendants have no questions either, and we believe that this is closed, and this is Mr. Kimmage's completion of Mr. Kimmage's deposition for this case.
His first deposition for this case.
No, that this is the close of his deposition, and that we would object to any other further reopening of his deposition.
If that issue ever comes up, I'm sure we'll take it up at that time. So is that the end?
And with that,
before the close of it, we would like to read and review the transcript for him to and sign before.
Sure. And we're going to be asking for expedited if that's available. I know I'd asked for Monday. I don't know if that's feasible.
That's fine.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, and with that, that concludes the deposition of Daniel Kimmage. The time is 4:33 p.m. We are off the record.